Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Worth a Damn Gaming. My name is Jake Starvik, your wonderful host here on this channel, chatting about games, discussing the week's news, and all the fun stuff that comes in with gaming, our favorite hobby. Joining me as per usual, it is also a habit, is my wonderful comrade, Street Rat Atlas. How are you, sir?
I am doing well. Hello, everyone. Doing well. This week has been pleasant.
Well, that's good.
I mentioned that I may have some news for you.
Yes, I was very curious about this. Do tell.
So,
If you feel like you want to share with the
of
audience.
course. I've also sent through the Twitch invite as well.
Lovely.
So, other than gaming news that I have, I am now 2IC at the clinic that I work at.
Really?
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah.
How'd you score that?
There was a contract that finished with one of my friends, and she
Yep.
didn't want to renew it.
Yep.
So 6 months as a 2IC role. A role that I've essentially been doing already.
Yep.
I just now have the extra perks of just doing the role.
Yep.
That means more money, more annual leave acquired. So Japan, here I come again.
Yeah. No. Well, you've got Japan. You've also got the potential to save up for a new PC if you need it. But no, just
that is the priority.
Overall, even just paying off your mortgage is like a nice little bonus.
Yes.
If you want to add a little bit more money to that and cushion yourself.
Absolutely.
Just all positives. Awesome. That's congratulations.
Thank you. So that theoretically starts on Monday, but the company I work for is notorious for not really being as organized. So I am
keeping
waiting
tabs
for
on
my contract.
Yeah.
So I asked on Friday and I was like, hey, contract.
Yeah.
Nothing yet. So I was like, look, I'm not going to pull my weight as a 2IC if I don't have that contract signed.
Yep.
Because I'm not going to get paid.
And I'm not covered.
All the things.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for that, but it's exciting. I'm looking at the bigger picture.
Yes.
I didn't want responsibility or anything at the job that I had because
no one does.
I don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
If it was a job that I enjoyed, then 100% I would be working at 100%. Which is funny because a lot of people that I've told at my workplace have been like, oh, man, you work so hard. You just do so much. And I'm like, really? I don't think I've been putting 100%. Wow. I'm pulling this shit off well. Not to say that I'm a bad worker. If I had to put a percentage, I would say I'm working at least 75 to 80% of my full potential. Because, again, it's not a job that I see a career in, but this role is to make my CV look really fucking fancy, and I can feel confident in applying for jobs that are more higher leveled.
Absolutely. And I think that's kind of the point. As long as you've given yourself the opportunity, you've taken the opportunity to do something that's kind of above your capabilities and show your leadership skills, as it were. And that in itself just shows your trustworthiness and your capabilities in an organization. So no, it's good. That's really good, man. Well done.
Thank you. So I found out on Thursday, had the interview on Tuesday.
Yep.
Only 2 people applied for it, which I'm happy about. And yeah, that's pretty much like my week. Oh, some family news I should share. So, off stream, you know my sister pretty well.
Yes,
you know
I
what
do.
her life's like.
Yes, I'm quite familiar.
So today at lunch, we met her new boyfriend.
Okay. How is he?
And he is such a nice, lovely guy. So nice. Just so like a complete 180 from the men that she's usually attracted to.
Hold on. Are you saying that she just found herself a normal guy that isn't of a specific ethnicity?
No, he is Egyptian.
Okay, all right, cool. So we haven't changed our stance on that. Fair enough.
Nope. But I have seen something that I haven't seen before in her past relationships.
Yep.
And while we're at my parents' place, I just saw someone who was so comfortable and so vulnerable. And I was like, holy shit, like, who are you? This is very real for both of you. Because my mum had family videos playing.
Yep.
To embarrass my sister. Obviously, there's like a little dig to be like, look at how dorky my sister was dancing in front of the camera.
Yep.
But my grandma loves watching family videos because she's got early onset dementia. So, you know, watching those videos, she loves it and she's in them and she can reflect on herself and like, oh, look how beautiful I was. Anyways, so it was really cool. Really cool guy. He's close friends with my cousin because they work in the same place, in the same building. So my sister met this guy through my cousin. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. You've got someone who we can trust with making these decisions on, yeah, this guy is good, this guy isn't. And yeah, met him. We played Flip 7 Vengeance, which was really fun because it's a version of a game that is more like you need to fuck with other people. And we were telling him, we're like, don't just aim for my sister. Like, you can, who's got the highest points? If you want to mess someone up for their run because they might get higher points, don't be ashamed. It's fine. Yeah. No one is friends when we play this game.
No, that's kind of...
he got into it.
Awesome. That's really cool. That's really positive.
Yeah, it was really nice. And he was like, oh, I heard you stream. And I was like, oh, I don't know why. And I need to get over this cringe that I get when I talk about streaming.
Yep.
Because of my views of people on streaming, which I watch people stream and I don't have that cringe. But when I talk about it, about myself streaming, I'm like, ugh, so cringy.
Yeah.
I'm just playing video games. Like, it's nothing. So I told him and he's like, oh, what are you playing? Because he also plays games. We didn't really get into a nerdy conversation. But I was like, oh, I stream currently Baldur's Gate 3. And he's like, oh, that's really cool. Like, yeah, and I also stream Mass Effect. And he's like, what's Mass Effect? And I was like, oh. I won't
sit down, sit on my lap, young man. Let me tell you a tale of an adventure so old and so far away. In the galaxy.
So many thousands of years ago, there was an ancient civilization that lived called the Protheans. And then they died out by this ancient civilization that's still around called the Reapers.
Many days later. Jesus
everyone's got like massive beards, and I'm like, and then Shepard is like shooting these aliens.
Yeah, but that would and that's just part 1. Now for part 2, and he's like, Jesus Christ, we're gonna be here all week.
So,
Daddy, who is this man? It's okay, son. Where did you come from?
By the time I got through to Mass Effect
God.
2, 9 months have passed. There's a kid, all this stuff.
Your sister's finally gotten married. You know, life's moved on.
Finally.
Nick's just like, are you fucking done?
I hear this already.
Oh, God.
But no, it was good. That interest that he showed, and we didn't even get onto a topic. So he likes Pokemon and he plays Pokemon.
Oh, wow.
And
Okay.
I knew that beforehand, but I didn't want to start talking about it because
you're such a hardcore nerd, and you'll be like,
who's your favorite Pokemon? Who's your team of 6? Who's your top 6 favorite?
Yeah, and then you'll start judging him. He's like, sis, come over here. We need to talk. He's not the right guy. He's like the Giovanni. You need to leave. Get rid of him. Nice.
It was very nice. So that is pretty much like the most exciting of things to come out of this week. Other than that, like, how have you been? What's been happening?
Oh, nothing much. Just keeping my head above water, playing a lot of games, chilling out with the family and Kate and the little one. So that's all been fine and dandy.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't really caught up with Frank yet, so that still feels a little awkward in the back of my brain. But eventually, maybe I might see them tomorrow. We'll see how we go. Because we got a couple of things we want to sort out at the shops and stuff. So, but other than that, it's just been chill. It's just been video games, a couple of shows. Not much. Work's been good. It's weird, like the job and the culture. Like the job is fine. I got no issues with the job. The culture around some of the choices that my boss specifically has against the company itself, the things that he does or the things that some of the other staff do. It's not so much shady as it is very much playing a game with them, because the higher ups don't want to necessarily sit there and actually listen to their staff in regards to certain budgetary type decisions. Or so yeah, I won't actually mention it just because it's obviously online, but the choices that my boss is doing, I understand why he's doing it. I don't agree with it, and I feel like he should have the confidence and the know-how to just stand up to them perpetually and just say, well, this is what we made this year, and call it a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, him and everyone else, because they're obviously looking at the sales and they want whatever their bonuses are. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, we're making certain decisions that are in favor of us, not in favor of what's best from a general company culture. And it just frustrates me because it's again this same thing that I saw in Officeworks, where every decision that managers do, it's not in the betterment of the staff. It's not necessarily in the betterment of the company. It's in the betterment of individualistic bonuses, because we need to hit those targets. We need to do everything to hit those targets, even if we cut corners, or even if we need to cut staff or do this or do that, or push things that really shouldn't be pushed, as opposed to pushing back on upper management and saying, this is not on, this is not right. I know you're setting these expectations, but this is all you're giving us as far as resources, and no, we're not going to play to your games, and if you don't want me here, that's fine, I'll go find another job. But no one's got that kind of confidence. No one's got the ability to say, no, enough is enough. But I will always give my manager the benefit of the doubt, because for the most part, he is doing things for us, or as much as he can. He's not sitting there and trying to undercut us as staff. He's aware of what we do. He's very appreciative of everything we do, because it means he's not having to micromanage us. That's kind of the thing. He's always trying to empower us and teach us everything we need to do, so that he can kind of be hands-off and do the other stuff and bring more business in to the store, which is ideally what his job is, because a lot of managers, from what I've heard in other locations, I don't specifically know, but it sounds like they are either understaffed or there isn't that same level of expertise, and so the managers probably have to spend a bit more time around the office as opposed to driving out and speaking to customers. So yeah, it's an interesting business. I don't necessarily see a long-term future for myself there, but I will take all the growth that I possibly can get because I feel like I've got more opportunity for growth. But it is unfortunate that though, applying for the job, and this is, I guess, a lot of businesses have this kind of approach of you feel like based on the writing and the paperwork and everything that they get you to read is designed to, hey, we're this, company of like positivity and this like great culture, and we want to encourage growth within our company. It's like, yeah, but not without the right level of reward. It's like, yeah, you reward people by giving them a promotion, but not necessarily with the paycheck associated with it. So it's this kind of weird game of, okay, you want me to do more? That's fine. Pay me for it. And I think this is the issue that some of the staff have, and probably some of the people in management have around the business. And then, of course, you have the regulars that are just comfortable because they know that they're not going to be fired. The culture doesn't really encourage people getting fired. They, try to just train people and educate them and give them multiple chances and do what they need to in order to help them grow because they know it's a tough business to be in. But yeah, other than that, things are good. Yeah. What you been playing, sir?
Oh, where do I begin?
Yeah, I've got a bit of a list myself, so probably not as big as yours, but I've got a few more things.
I say that, but I haven't really played that many games.
Well, what's your first one?
Mass Effect. Still going through that.
Nice.
It's interesting. I learned something very fucking interesting about the collectors. Which I was like, oh, shit. This is where we're going with the story. Right. So the spoiler alert for a 20-year-old game, I guess, but the collectors are Protheans.
Yes.
That are corrupted by the... Oh, fuck. Not the collectors. Oh my god, what are they called?
I just thought of it. God, now I've got a mental blank. What are they? The Reapers, yep.
So, I did a whole mission where it was a trap. The elusive man sent us onto a ship of the collectors, and we discovered shit about them. And that's where you find out about, like, Edie tells you that they are the DNA of the Protheans.
Yep.
And then you find out that it was a trap. And my immediate thought was, fuck you, elusive man. Fuck you. So I've been a real cunt to him ever since.
Yep.
And I don't know if the next mission is going to the end, but the choice was we can either go to where we need to go or keep getting more team members. And I was like, oh no, okay. If you're giving me that choice, I want more people. I haven't got Tali. I haven't seen the Asari. There's still side missions that I have to do. So there's a lot that I'm still needing to do.
Yep.
So I've been playing that on my streams on Wednesday, which is so much fun. I'm having such a great time, especially when I found out that I could get a proficiency in another gun type.
Yep.
So now I'm rocking an assault rifle, pistol, an SMG, and a special weapon. And I'm like, fuck yes, I can use an assault rifle, my favorite type of gun in the game. So nice. I'm very happy. Other than playing Mass Effect, on the train to work and back home, I have, and don't ask me why, I just am. I have started to play Pokemon White, the first one.
Okay.
And I'm going through that. And my God, I hated that game when I first played it. And I played the first and second one to completion. Like, I've done the Elite Four. But playing it now as an adult with all the other games to come out after, this was the final game that was on the DS system.
Yep.
And holy shit, the amount of effort they put in a 3D world with pixel art, it feels like a 2D HD kind of game. Fuck me, is it hard? And I realized why I hated the game.
Okay.
Because this was the first game to have no other Pokemon other than a whole new generation.
Okay.
So no Pokemon was familiar. Everything was brand new. And I think that was a reason why I didn't like it, because I couldn't have my Umbreon. I couldn't have Gyarados.
Yeah.
There was no Scizor, nothing. It was just
the
all
first
new
time it was
Gen
all
5 Pokemon.
Yeah. I remember that.
And I'm playing through it and I'm appreciating it in more of a feature of a game, because this one introduced a new game plus where the game got harder. The challenge in the game itself gets increasingly difficult. When you challenge the Elite Four a second time, they are like competitive style. So you need to think of the items you're holding. You've got to think of the levels that you're bringing in. You've got to make sure you've got a good team up, because that Elite Four is fucked. So I'm playing through that.
Nice.
So that's fun. I'm playing that because a little fun early access game that came out this week. I have been playing Paralives.
Paralives?
The Sims competitor.
Oh, yes. How is that going? Tell me about this.
It is a very good start.
Okay.
There is a lot of kinks that they need to figure out. I've had weird moments where I'm trying to edit the building that I'm living in, and the floor glitches out and the items just disappear. Okay. Early access, whatever. I don't give too much of a shit about it. But what really stands out is the building is just designing things and just filling up a space, and nothing feels out of whack when you do play the game. So I've created a character. He lives in an apartment on top of like an abandoned part of the building.
Yep.
Which I found out, I can actually use the whole place. And that's where I was fucking around with the building mechanics and starting to decorate. So I've got a kitchen on like a basement level, which is like a floor level, but it's on a slight hill. So the second or the first floor, depending where you are in the world, the next floor up is what connects to the courtyard of the town's hub. And I was like, I could make this into like a living room or, a rec room. Then the next floor up can be my bedroom. And the floor up after that can be where like my hobbies are. So I'm making a creative era. So he's painting, he's got his desk set up and everything. I've tried the mechanics of exploring the town, going to other people's houses, talking to people, having a job, and there is such a cool idea and system because they've added in, and I hate that I'm saying this, a roguelike element to your day. So you'll
Oh.
sleep, and once
Yep.
it hits about 1 o'clock in the morning,
Mm.
you'll then get an opportunity. You'll either have a moon book, a perk, or a sun book. It's random. You don't know what you're going to get.
Yep.
The book will give you 3 options. So you get the 3 options, and then
Yep.
if it's a book, you get another 3 options to choose from. One might be focused on a job. So the 3 options could be you will get faster skills for 24 hours by 30% or 25%. You can rank up your work so you can get more money, or you can get a tax fund so you can get 1,000 parasims, I think it's called, or paradollars. I don't know what the term is, but money. And then you could do your flirting is increased by 30% when you talk to a sim, or oops, or para, for
Yep.
24 hours, or your other skills can be increased. It is so cool and so innovative. And I love these little things. And each day you get a newspaper. It's all in the UI. And
Mhm.
you'll get an option to have a look at, okay, what's happening in the town this week or this day. And it will tell you there's an event going on at this part of the town. And you click show on map and you can go there. Everything's open world, so you can go everywhere. I'm really, really happy that we have a competitor to The Sims, because this game, even though it doesn't have as many features as The Sims has, because obviously The Sims has had decades, this game is already achieving so much and doing so much that The Sims doesn't do.
Yep.
So
That doesn't
I'm
surprise
very
me.
excited.
Yep.
Very excited to
So
see.
it's in a good starting position, and there's enough distinguishing it from its competitor in positive ways from what you're noticing.
Absolutely.
That's good.
The art style is so beautiful. The way you make a sim, I've really got to stop saying that. The way you make a para, you start on a train.
Yep.
And the tutorial is you're the ticket inspector on the train, and it teaches you how to move the camera, move your character, and then you get into an area where all the other para sims are, where they exist, and you can select them as your household, or you can create a new one. Okay. And it's on a train, and I was like, holy shit, this is what happens when you're playing Animal Crossing New Leaf. You start on a train, you get asked questions to help determine who you are. And then once you've created your para, you have an option to choose 3 different types of difficulties in how you want to play the game.
Yep.
I chose the dog because the dog is what they consider as the easy mode, where you just live and there's not too much of a story. You create it yourself. Then you've got a woman who has more of a dictation of a storyline. And then you've got the gentleman who the difficulty is more about achieving specific things within the world.
Yep.
I haven't explored the other 2. You then see your cutscene, get in to the station, and then you select where you want to live. Then you just are at the train station. You can do whatever the fuck you want from there. And it's just so cool. Talking to other paras, you've got like a card system. So at the moment, there's only 3. And depending on your traits and their traits, you can choose if you want to be flirty, if you want to tell a joke, if you want to just talk about how you like being a loner. You can have all these conversations.
Yep.
And sometimes there's a percentage base on if that particular action will succeed or not. And that's where the roguelike system comes in every night, where Well, I want to achieve to get a relationship with someone. So I want to make sure that I'm watching something flirty, and I pick a card that is going to boost my flirtiness.
Mm.
And you can say, risk a flirty joke, and it will tell you what percent it's at. So if it's at 70%, you've got a higher chance.
Yep.
Click on it. You select your target of who you're talking to, and then you see like a little wheel come up and a little arrow, and it spins. If it lands in the green, you've succeeded, and both your relationship with the character and yourself go up.
Yep.
If not, it's not so much a negative, but they get a different emotion to what happens. So they might feel embarrassed if you fail. Sometimes they'll walk away and you'll see their emotion as like, oh, I'm kind of embarrassed by that, as they continue on with their day. So it's really, really enjoyable. Once it gets to a few more updates, I think this game is going to do fucking phenomenal. I see big things happening for this game.
It honestly sounds like they have done a good job of taking in all the current stuff that's available. Obviously, you know, they've looked at their direct competitor. They've looked at a lot of these other life simmy type games, like Animal Crossing, I would say, and they've gone, okay, let's cherry pick what we consider the best mechanics that kind of add a little bit more depth to this other existing type of genre, and merge it together in the best way we can and see what works, see what doesn't, make our own version of this and make it unique. And it sounds like they're on the right, going in the right direction, which is great to hear.
And it's refreshing to have a team who's not being dictated by monetization, by locking everything behind. Oh, you want generations? Well, you have to pay for that expansion to have it.
Look, I'm okay with expansions. The problem is that it's become such a massive staple of, let's just fucking, what's the word I'm looking for here? Gouge the customer for every penny, you know, for what's maybe the equivalent of 6 to 12 months worth of development, and charge them, you know, a large sum for something that's honestly not worth the time investment. And I mean, that is completely subjective. I knew a guy at the last job I was at who played nothing but The Sims, and he would keep buying these expansions. He would wait until certain ones would come on sale, though they seldom did, and he would just keep playing the stuff he had. And when he wanted something new, he's like, well, I want to fresh it up a bit. All right, I'll buy one of the expansions that I want to play. But he even acknowledged that, man, I've spent so much money, but I never felt like it was worth the funds. And I'm not going to, you know, cough out all of my hard-earned money. I think he calculated how much it would cost to get everything. It was like thousands of dollars. I'm like, are you serious? Yeah. For a fucking video game? You've got to be joking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the equivalent of, I mean, and it's EA. It's what they do with all their sport franchises. So it's no surprise that they've just decided to do the same thing with the Sims license, and they assume that people are obviously going to be faithful, which there are a handful, but all they need is this style of game to be available on every platform in time, and they're fucked. And it's going to take them ages to try and catch up. And they will try so hard with some sort of, oh, let's do a remaster, let's do a remake while we get some team to make a new game. But it'll never be as good as what's available by the indie team, because they're still going to be strapped for cash, and they're going to hope that they can make a prettier version. But they're never going to have anywhere the same amount of features that the smaller team has implemented over months and months and years of just hard work and delivering stuff for the community. So if the community's there and people are buying it, power to the developers.
100%.
Yeah.
But it's the thing with EA though is their expansions are not really thought out because you will get a DLC expansion pack. So say you've got seasons and the magic and vacation, go to work. They're all broken. They don't communicate with each other as well. So you get
That's
a
even
real
worse.
mix of experience because you've got so many systems trying to work together, but they don't.
Yep. That sucks. That really does suck. Fucking hell.
And I got over that. I got over, especially after, I think 3 was the last one I really heavily played. And even then, I was getting fatigued with the different systems that weren't really complementary to each other.
Yep.
And I got over it. And now we're getting, I don't know if they're going to introduce magic to Paralives. I don't know what they see down in, say, 5 years. But so far, their focus is making a solid vanilla game that looks at what The Sims does.
Yep.
And just incorporating a lot of quality of life features that are just missing, and they're delivering. I'm enjoying my time. I'm not playing it as heavily, but I wanted to play enough of it so that I can have a chat about it.
Yeah, awesome. That sounds good.
To celebrate having a new job, Square Enix is having a sale.
What did you pick up?
I saw that a game was for $40 on the Switch.
Okay.
Well, Switch 2. I purchased Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake.
Yep.
And holy shit. That game, oh my god, is fucking beautiful.
Okay.
I left town and I was walking around and I was like, oh my god, I could just leave the game running and just leave it playing. Really nice. Because I've played 11, I knew this one was going to be vastly different to that game, which I will need to talk about Dragon Quest later because of the news that happened.
Yes, I did see that trailer.
But it is so fun so far. There's a lot of mechanics to it and systems. So I've started to play this. I've learned not to give a shit about the personality traits. I've read enough online. When you start the game, you're given a quiz, and that helps determine how your stats grow.
Yep.
And I've read so much that the remake, just answer, don't give a shit. There's ways in the game that allows you to change them, but honestly, it's negligible. So just play the game.
Can I just say, you know what this game reminds me of? Did you ever play an MMO called Ragnarok Online?
Oh my god.
It feels like that. Like it's this 2D sprite-based characters running around in a fully 3-dimensional rendered world. I think this looks fucking dope.
It's stunning. There's oh boy. I'm excited to keep playing this. If 11 gave me, so when I played 11, I stopped at a particular point because I think something else came out at that time. And I went back and I finished the game. And I was like, holy shit, this is truly the hero's journey. Like, they got it down.
Yep. I think that's kind
And
of the point.
But it does it in such a way. 11 is the only one I've played. I've always wanted to play 8 because I always thought the Toriyama art style really attracted me, because I was like, oh, it looks like Dragon Ball. Awesome. Fuck yeah. And I never had a chance to play 8 when I was a kid. So I'm using this as a way to work my way up to, well, maybe I find a way to play 8 after I finish playing the trilogy of this one, because it's 3, 1, 2.
Oh, nice. Oh, so it's not just one game.
So the first one, so technically the story of Dragon Quest is chronologically they came out as 1, 2, 3. But 3 is a prequel to what 1 is.
Okay.
So that's why 3 came out first.
Yep.
And then they released 1 and 2 as a pack after. Okay. I'm not buying the second pack yet.
Yep.
Because it's $60, and I was like, yeah, you're getting 2 games for $30 each. That is a good price, but let me play the third one. Let me finish this, because this has about 65 hours of completionist, which I'm not going to do everything.
Yeah, but they're long games if you allow them to be.
Exactly. And I didn't finish 11. I found out once I saw the credits that there's a after credits post game, and I was like, oh my god,
keeps going.
It just keeps delivering. So I've been playing Dragon Quest 3 very light, very, very light. It's something that I will be playing at a very slow pace, where I'll set down maybe 2 hours or so, play it, and then put down, and then do. So been playing that. But one other game that I've been playing, which I got this morning, I've been playing Path of Exile 2.
Okay. You bit the bullet.
It's $23.
Wait, really?
And I was like,
oh, they
I'm not going to pay
price.
$90.
Yeah, no,
it's a sale because
bucks.
they dropped the expansion.
Yeah, that's fair. I would say it's coming close to free to play though. So keep that in mind.
Yes. And that's fine. I'm okay with paying $23.
Oh, yeah.
Because you get, I think the special was you get the game and 150 credits, whatever the fuck the currency is.
Yep.
And I was like, you know what? Let's play it. Give him some money. I'm not going to buy any of the microtransactions. I couldn't give a shit how my character looks.
Yep.
I'm sure there's a way to get what I want without needing to pay. Whatever. Diablo 4, good luck. Because this game fucking eats you out alive. It is so good. I'm playing as the witch.
Yep.
Shocker. I'm playing a mage.
Ooh. Yeah.
And I've defeated several bosses. And holy shit, I haven't died yet.
Cool.
It has, dare I say, Souls-like, where you have to dodge, roll in time, and dodge, and all of that shit. And it is, I think the invincibility frames is a bit more forgiving. But my god, I'm loving it. Feels what I wanted Diablo to feel.
Yeah.
I wanted that gothic, dark, gloomy, and monstrous. there's a little map of thick forestry, and I'm walking through it, and there's werewolves behind some of the trees, and I'm like, ooh, I like this. The vibes of it just feels so alive. So I'm really enjoying it. So I've played about 86 hours today. Oh my gosh, 86 minutes?
I was gonna
Imagine
say,
if it was 86 hours.
fucking 86 hours. That's like marathon levels of obsession.
Crazy.
No, look, I
It's
remember
fun.
I played it when they had the free weekend, and I didn't mind it. I think I was just exploring the world and just the spaces. I was like, I've done this before. This is not interesting compared
Mhm.
to what I've now experienced with, and I think this was the other thing that I had already played. What is that game? No Rest for the Wicked. And so in
Yep.
my head, I was like, man, No Rest for me is just the next level of verticality in this space of a game. Whereas Path of Exile, it
Oh,
does play like a
yep.
Diablo game. It plays like a better version of a Diablo game. I will give you that.
Yes.
And if you're
Yep.
into that power fantasy, it is probably by far the best iteration of that because it actually gives you a lot more. It's a lot closer to Diablo 3 in some of the
Mhm.
mechanics, but a little bit more nuanced in the move set and the decision making that you've got. And apparently that expands to every different class. So depending on which class, because that was the thing. I remember trying two classes. I don't remember what they were. I know one was like a barbarian type berserker, so everything was in line with trying to manage your rage and build up your rage so you could do all your specials. And the other one
Yep.
was, I think, like a paladin warrior that would use his shield. So he had things that were more in relation to his guard. So everything that I did was based on making sure that I parried a lot and knew when to time like my actual guard abilities. So every character class has a very unique play style. And that's a lot of work for the developers, but I appreciate that in that style of game. I have watched an extensive interview with the main director of the
Mhm.
studio, and some of the stuff he's talked about is really fascinating because they're very pro consumer. He's got this attitude, and he was saying he had a GDC talk, I think, or like a TED talk about designing games for people to come in and then go away. And that a lot of these big live service companies are so focused on making sure that they keep their customers there playing this perpetual like FOMO game with them where we need to have you play weeklies, dailies, monthlies. We need you online potentially spending money every single day as opposed to no, we're happy for you to play the content if you want to do all the like really finite end game type stuff and mid max your character. We have that available, but if you just want to experience whatever the new story beat is and bits of the main campaign and you're happy with it and you go away, that's fine. We want to encourage that because we know that when we drop something new, if we have that positive culture with our customer, you will come back because you want to play the next part of the game and you'll be excited to. You'll have a nice breath of, refreshment from playing something else, and then you'll come back and
Mhm.
you're ready for whatever the next thing that we're here to deliver. And if we fuck
Yep.
up on certain things, cool, we'll tweak it, we'll adjust. We've made mistakes, we've overcompensated on things or done things that seem shady and whatnot. So we've always kind of gone, okay, nope, we fucked up, sorry. And I think that's great. I think that shows a level of responsibility as a studio towards the customer and is not just sitting there trying to be a piranha feeding off of people's wallets.
Yep.
So, yeah.
No, this is.
I've heard it's also come a long way. Like they've added so much more versatility in the content. So there's the maps and the kind of exploration is a lot wider as you get further into the game.
Yeah. And I think they have done a better job than what Diablo 4 has done with the online system
Yeah.
version of things. Where I've met one other person in the starting area, and everyone, obviously, people playing are going to be. Well, no, I shouldn't, because I'm playing on the Australian servers because I ain't gonna have more milliseconds added to my ping. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
But it is a very nice little experience seeing the chat and people talking like, oh, hey, so I need to defeat this boss. And I have no context of what the fuck they're talking about. But then I just see the chat. It reminds me of the old school days of MMOs.
Yeah.
Where I've played RuneScape and people were asking for help and the community is like, yep, no worries. Let me just get this gear so then I can help you. And it's like, oh my gosh. I feel like I'm in a modernized version of what I expected MMOs to be like rather than the toxicity of it.
Yep.
But it's, I've been playing some of this. Still very, very early. Like I'm in the Act 1, early days of Act 1.
I will say, I have heard, just because you brought up Diablo recently, I have heard that since the new expansion that they've released, they have patched and adjusted the scale of gameplay for the base game. So apparently if you start a new character, they've actually got it a lot more evened out, where you don't just feel like you're gaining so much experience and flying through the content. You can actually go and do all the extra content and slowly level up. So I think they've balanced Diablo better over the years of like feedback. But overall, I think this just plays much better. There's a lot more gameplay systems that feel more unique, and then you get a lot more dirty with the mid-maxing of your character and how you build them, because you do start, it's like this really massive skill, like the sphere grid, like Final Fantasy, that you start in one location. So they kind of go, okay, this is your side of the tree. We've got all this extra stuff that if you choose, you can venture into the other skills and build your mage as more of a, paladin or a warrior if you want to. But otherwise, you have like this kind of branch of the tree that you would typically level up. And then you would just branch off into your various types of that class, which is really cool.
The skill tree is insanity.
Yeah.
It just zooms out and out and out. It is so crazy how much freedom you can have creating the type of character you want.
Yep.
And they've even got a system where I saw a little video where one of the developers was saying, if you have found a skill tree that someone has made, you can copy that skill tree onto yours, so then you can get that build that you want to
that's
copy.
Cool. That's
and
really
it's
cool.
Just it. I think that's also another factor of I'm happy to pay $20 odd to play a game that, yeah, sure, it will be free to play soon, but that hard work that I probably wouldn't even spend $1 on if it was.
Yeah.
$20, I'm absolutely going to get my money's worth out of. And it is quite fun. So the build that I've got currently is very heavy on minions.
Yep.
While I do have some offensive spells, I can summon skellies. Dead corpses turn into little scorpions that attack for about 20 seconds. And it's just fun. I'm really enjoying playing this game.
Nice. That's good. Positive.
Yeah. It is. So far, the games that I've been playing have been a positive experience, because I think I'm being a lot more careful in what I'm choosing to play.
Yep, which is good.
rather than, I eventually do want to play what you will talk about, 007. I do want to play that eventually.
I'll be
I'm just not
honest,
ready for it.
when you mentioned that, I was like, really? Ooh, okay. Something you watched clearly tickled your noggin there, and you went, I'm actually fascinated about this, and I want to experience it for myself.
I'm clearly in a very, and I think it's because of the book that I'm reading.
Yep.
Having Dungeon Crawler Carl be that dungeon crawler game where it is an RPG and there's quests and everything, I feel that is being a heavy influence on, well, I want that fantasy.
Yeah.
I want those different builds. I want that community. I want to feel the altruism of playing a game. Granted, Dragon Quest is single player, but you've got a party that you can choose who is on there. And there is a system on there where you can get someone else's hero or team on yours. So I could share, say, I've leveled up my cleric in a particular way. I can share them online for someone else to go, oh, that's actually a cleric build that I would really like for my run. So last game that I've played, which I was playing last night, and I tried to smash through as much as I can so I can experience the end game. Marvel Heroes Omega.
Ah, okay.
God, it's such a great game. Really fun game.
Have you finished all the content?
Almost. I'm chapter 9. So there's 10 chapters. I've defeated Doom, or what we think is Doom. And now I had to fight Loki, who was taking advantage of what was happening with Doom and his goals. So I had to go to Asgard and fight all the ice giants and shit. I love that game so much. It is so much fun.
I mean, clearly, if you've nearly finished it, then yeah.
Wait until I start touching upon the end game stuff, where I start doing the raids and doing scenarios and shit. Because it's just fun playing the version of the Scarlet Witch that I wish more developers allowed us to play. As I said this before, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 did not do justice to the Scarlet Witch. It didn't do justice to a lot of characters. Midnight Suns doesn't do as much justice. And she's barely in many games for you to feel powerful. But because this game has that mentality of a skill tree, you've got your builds and what skills you want to use to complement you. You've got someone to be on your team. So I've got Dr. Doom running around with me.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, I could either have Dr. Doom, Doctor Strange, or Quicksilver, because in my headcanon, I'm like, well, I'm either going to have her brother, Doctor Strange because of the movie, and I think it would be funny, or her husband. Like, who else? And I can't get Vision to run around with me. So I was like, oh, I'll leave Doctor Doom because it's like House of M storyline. Let's fucking do this shit. And it's like when I'm fighting enemies, I can pull off cool moves that I can demolish things, I can manipulate things, and it's nice. It's just hitting this itch that I've been wanting to have for that character in a video game, and it just does it so well. And I hate that, even Marvel Avengers, doesn't have any mage characters. They're all grounded type characters.
Like, I mean,
Captain Marvel.
But people have their very favorite kind of superheroes, and you're right. There isn't a lot of magic characters. It's why I actually got pulled in to Doctor Strange, and I honestly love him as a character in the universe. And though even like I was a little bit disappointed with the last movie with Wanda. And not that it was a bad movie, like it's still a fun Doctor Strange film, but I'm kind of like, man, they could do so many cool things with this character, with this universe, with, some of the stuff he does. But he's just
Didn't help
not.
that it got rewritten.
Yeah,
That
but
original script sounded so good.
Oh, man.
And would have done justice to the character.
It's just unfortunate that people just prefer Iron Man, Captain America. Like, they have their favorites. Everyone loves Spider-Man.
That is true.
Everyone loves Wolverine.
But because of the MCU, we get introduced to a new focus of other characters.
Yes.
And
yes.
I know I'm biased because I do have it tattooed on me, but the Scarlet Witch popularity was increased exponentially. All the comics were bought out. Like, I remember I was trying to buy the House of M comic book.
Yep.
And it was sold out in so many locations. And I was like, fucking hell, why? Oh, because Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch movie coming out. Of course. I think the introduction of mainstream media for the magic side of things grabbed people's attention going,
yes,
oh, this is actually really fucking cool, and introduces a more fantastical way of seeing things.
Yep.
Whereas, don't get me wrong, the Captain America movies, I could watch a million times over. I love Civil War. I think that's one of my all-time favorite Marvel movies. It is so good because of how grounding it is. Even though, my homegirl's in it, it's such a fun way of having someone's low-key favorite character become a limelight character.
Yeah. No, look, I've never...
Don't get me wrong, Spider-Man is still very popular. He's still the number one selling hero.
But I think that's the unfortunate reality. And I'm not saying that Scarlet hasn't had an increase, because otherwise she wouldn't have gotten her own show. If she wasn't that popular, they wouldn't have spent the money to make her own show. They did, because It was a cool script and people are interested. And there's a reason why she was then involved with, what's his name? With Doctor Strange. She is an interesting character worth exploring. People like her. They find her fun and relatable. They enjoy the fantasy aspect, as you've, mentioned. And I think that's what makes Marvel such a wonderful universe, because you do have, unlike the DC comics, which feels a little bit more grounded and darker, Marvel has always kind of played in the fantastical. So you have, the scientist that's slightly crazy, and, he makes these great inventions and makes these suits of, wonder and whatnot, because he's got unlimited funds. You have the traditional superhero character that's been injected with a serum and makes himself stronger. You've got the teenage boy that's trying to deal with how to be an adult and how to be, a hero for his people in his neighborhood. And then you get into the more magical side that suddenly adds, like, there's magic in this world. So it's not just advanced science. It's not just like, we're discovering some weird metal or some weird alloy from another planet, because we're also dealing with aliens. We're also dealing with, like, interdimensional type shit. We're dealing with all the different magical properties and all the different magical elements and everything else that comes in with that supernatural shit. It's fucking cool. And then you get deeper and darker into stuff like what happens around Hell's Kitchen. And you look at Blade. Like, Blade, I don't think has ever really had, apart from when Wesley Snipes did it, he's never really had a proper Marvel type of connection. And he's such a cool character.
Yeah.
But
well, hopefully the Midnight Suns movie comes out soon, because fuck me, we need we need more of that dark fantasy with having Moon Knight, Blade, Ghost Rider. Just there's so many.
And Ghost Rider is
valuable
another fun one. And I like, even though the Nick Cage movie was kind of average, the concept of the character is fucking cool. You know, someone who's kind of sold his soul to the devil and has to, like, you know, be the devil's kind of right-hand man and collect souls and whatnot. Like, that in itself is such a cool character. So, it's by far the most versatile universe that plays with every aspect of life, society, culture, belief systems. And it just comes together in this weird machination. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I think the exploration is what's fun. And it's nice to see that there are these other characters, though some of them I feel like they're just step-ins and like, oh, well, you know, we the old guard's kind of moved on, so we're going to have this younger version. It's like, that doesn't work. But if we're talking about the original, like the first version of this, sure.
This brings up a really interesting topic.
Mm.
This is what happens when you have live action iterations of something that is timeless. Because art can be designed in a way where a character never ages.
Yep.
But when you have Robert Downey Jr., who, well, no, when you have Samuel L. Jackson, who is getting quite old, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He can't be playing Nick Fury forever, even though he does a great job at that character.
Yeah.
At some point, you've got to go, well, these real life people aren't going to be around forever. We can't have this one person continue playing this character.
Well, it's the issue we've had with Indiana Jones, right? Like, we've suddenly had Harrison Ford trying to play Indy as this old guy, and it's like, man, you're running around in your 70s doing this stuff. Now, I get it, maybe it makes you feel alive, but I also know that you've probably got a stunt double doing most of this stuff because you can't move the same way you used to.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality. And there are actors that take that on board. There are producers and executives or like your studios that understand that and can kind of sit there and go, well, we'll either have you as like another character that's the older wise experience taking on the new, but most of the time I kind of just go, just reboot it, guys. It's okay. Like, it was fun. There are times where I've seen this and it works, like when they did Halloween, the recent Halloween movie. I was like, okay, we're getting, what is her name? Fuck. Can't think of
I was going to say
name.
Sigourney Weaver.
No, it's not Sigourney, no. But yeah, you get her, and yeah, she's a grandma, but she's acting like her age in a, you know, a film that's, you know, set in this particular like jump in time. And they make it work. It works really fucking well. As opposed to, no, we're going to make this old actor act like he's fucking 40 again. It's like, it doesn't fucking work. So
Jamie Lee Curtis.
That's it. My daughter is losing her shit, apparently. I don't know why. So. But yeah, have you been playing anything else?
No, that's all. I promise that's all I've been playing.
All right.
What have you been playing?
I'll try and go through mine as quickly as possible. I finished La Mouse PI, so that's done. Last level was really fucking full on. Like, I had to do it twice, which wasn't too bad, but man, does it push you with like waves of enemies, and it does all the like the laser beam type stuff that you have to dodge and weave and duck and grapple and whatnot. So it forces you to use all your abilities and all your ammo. I will say by the end of it, the the type of guns that they give you, I don't feel they're as interesting as what they could have been, and some of them don't feel as useful or as strong as what the ones that, like, the Tommy gun is by far the best, followed by the what is that called? The paint one where it like burns them.
The acid gun.
Yeah. They're like by far the two best, followed by maybe you get like a high powered shotgun, like a double barrel type of shotgun, and then you've got your regular shotgun. They're pretty much the only guns I was switching between, because all the new stuff, and even the laser gun that I unlocked later, was just average. And then you get the rocket launcher that takes too long to load because it's a cannon. It's not a rocket launcher, it's like a proper cannon. So every time you shoot, you then have, it's not like he auto reloads. You have to click again for him to go, let's chuck another cannon in there. Boop, and now you're ready to shoot again. So it's just so there's little things that I would like to see improved in the sequel. I think the other thing I mentioned last week was it'd be nice if the enemies weren't all just rushing towards you like a serious Sam game, and if they had a little bit more AI variety to how they kind of interact and how they move in the space. But overall, really cool story, really cool premise. I'll be interested to see where they take the story for the next game if they choose to explore a new game. Really happy overall. So great game for what you're paying for. It's fantastic as a boomer shooter. No complaints overall. The second game...
No, that's good. I'm excited to finish it.
I'm excited to hear your experience with one specific level, but I need you to continue playing it. And I don't want to spoil it because fuck is it cool when you get there. And you will be like, but, you know, when you're ready. The second game I've been playing, that I've been fucking around with, is Thick as Thieves.
You've been playing it?
I've been trying it out. I'll be honest. It is probably something that might be better in time with a secondary person.
Okay.
As a single player game, it is shit, in my honest opinion. And what I realized after multiple attempts at the first manor, and you're right, the time limit, I wasn't sure if it was there, but it actually is, and it tells you when you start. So there's a 45-minute timer that they give you in order to complete the mission. And when you play it, you realize quickly that there is such a... The bones of it are very much this multiplayer service game. Because the space that you have that you're in, that you kind of customize your character and level stuff up and buy things or prepare your like character, it's very live servicey. And then when you go into the level, it's very bare bones, and there really isn't much story. Like, the story stuff or the environmental stuff is delivered in these little notes that you find. And this is what was frustrating, because you get 45 minutes to explore this massive map that's about 4 floors, because you've got like a basement that you enter. You can either enter through the main front of this this mansion or whatever this massive building is. It's almost like a fucking I was gonna say a library, not a library. What are they called? A fucking museum. It feels like a museum, right? So you can either enter through the front. You've got various access points, you know, throughout the map. You've got like a storage space that you can enter that then takes you down through the basement, and then you can work your way up that way, or you can kind of climb up the scaffolding and the roofing to get to the top and enter from the top down. And so one of the objectives that you have is to collect this information on a specific diamond. And I kid you not, I think I've attempted this run 3 or 4 times before I realized, after collecting enough information, because you get 2 objectives, and I've happened to complete one of them. So one of them is doing this, like, quote-unquote main mission, which is find information on this diamond, which is like the story aspect. And then the alternative missions that are like, hey, collect 4,000 bits of treasure. And then the next one that I got was find this jewel that's hidden away in a vault. Now, the collecting the 4,000 bits of jewelry, the first time I tried it, I didn't collect enough, so I ended up failing everything, and I wasn't able to find any information on the diamond that I needed. Exploring everything in the top half, right? Because there's like libraries and there's all these other areas and spaces, and I'm like, fuck, there's so much, and already I have to like vacate. I've got 7 minutes to vacate and get the fuck out of here. The second time, I'm then going through the underground channel, and I start realizing, okay, there's these notes that's giving me the information that I need. I've gone through and I've kind of uncovered more of the library and the kitchen and all these other areas while avoiding the enemies and whatnot, and gathered the relevant relics that I needed to get the 4,000. And of course, they have areas in the map that you can. They're like little like the warp points that you can go up to, and if you're concerned, because if you get caught, all your loot drops. Now, the fun thing is, so the fun thing is you do get respawned, and you can then go and collect it. It just drops there on the ground. But if you want to avoid that, so it is very forgiving in that sense. The AI is fucking stupid, man. The amount of times I've kind of, like, you think that they can see you, and then other times they just don't. And you're just like, I'm right next to you, but okay. And sometimes they see you perfectly fine around the corner, and you're like, wait, what? You're breaking weird rules here. Most of the time, they're fucking useless and stupid. And they're so easy to run away that, like, you might get shocked. It's like, okay, yep, cool, whatever. I'll just run away. You run around the corner, they lose track of you. They won't even chase you for very far. So it's very easy. It doesn't push back a lot. There are traps that you'll like trigger, but I don't see any guards chasing me. There's no one trying to stop me or like, get me. And I'm like, well, this doesn't feel like I'm actually, being engaged to really stealth around. And most of the time I am able to just trick the enemy, like lure them, because of course they'll see you in the light, and they'll have the yellow exclamation mark above their head, and then they'll go and investigate, and you just go around the corner and just knock them out, nice and easy. The frustrating thing is sometimes you have to go back through some of these areas, and they just wake up. There's no alarm. They don't like have any other guards that wake them up. They just, nope, now they're awake, now they're alive, moving on. So it's this weird game that just doesn't have any consistency in its rules. And then there's, like I said, there's traps that you'll activate that you might get zapped, or it'll lock off the room, but nothing happens. You just hide in the corner, and you're like, am I going to get bum rushed by anything? No? Okay, well, who cares if I stand on a fuck? It's more of an inconvenience. It just slows you down. But otherwise, it's like, well, what the fuck's the point of this? But anyway, I keep exploring. I get the 4,000. You can, again, use these like little yellow portals as a one-off in each round to dump whatever treasure you've got. So say I collected about $2,000 worth of gold and treasure and whatnot that I found. I dump it in. I keep exploring. And you'll have like this really simple fucking average lockpicking game that just doesn't have any kind of flair compared to most other lockpicking games. It's literally just press the button when the marker hits the like within the green tab, and it's so easy and so quick. You're like, oh, there's not really much of a challenge here either. But anyway, I start kind of delving into these notes that you find. So you open up the map, because you don't see anything clearly. You do have to use the map in order for the map to tell you, hey, there's a clue here, go and find that clue, so you've got like information about the world. Okay, cool. So this is how the game wants me to play. But of course, the map doesn't work. It doesn't allow you to look at each floor and see what's on each floor. You have to go up to each floor to see what's on that floor. So, okay, I'm on the first floor. What have I got here? I've got a clue in this room. All right, go read the clue. Cool. Nothing else? Nope. Cool. Off to the second floor. Head to the second floor. All right, there's a clue in this room and there's a clue in that room. Head to here, get the clue. Head to there, get the clue. All right. Now I know that there is a key, and the key is with someone in the kitchen. And I'm like, wait, I've just been in the kitchen. I knocked someone out. But I didn't realize, because the game, most of the guards, when you knock them out, they will have like a generic key. But there's like one specific guard type that's dressed in white that has like the vault key. And you need that in order to unlock the vaults. And there's, like 1 or 2 in the level. So I unlock one of the vaults downstairs that I knew about, which is the secondary objective. It's not the main one. So everything that I've done, every like replay of the game that I've made has been all the secondary objectives, but I still haven't found the main fucking thing because it doesn't really mark any of that information. And again, in a 45-minute time frame, it doesn't give you much. And there isn't much personality and isn't much variety or pushback in the game. I know that when you get further in, you've got like the ghosts, specters that fly through the mansions, and they add that level of challenge where you have to avoid them. But I'll be honest, man, maybe if I was playing with another person, it might be a little bit more entertaining. It feels like that friend slop type of game. And it's really unfortunate for something that's made by the caliber of developer that's worked on such greater titles, in these sim-like games. And if I compare it from a single-player perspective to its closest counterpart, which would be either Dishonored or Thief, I go, nah, this ain't it. Like, I've never finished a Thief game, but playing the very first level multiple times in Thief 1, this ain't it.
Yeah.
Because Thief 1 makes you feel like I'm exploring a space, I'm having to get into a place. I feel like I'm having to be on alert and stealthily make my way around the environment and be mindful of the types of things I walk on, so that if I'm jumping on metal, that's going to resonate a sound, it's going to alert a guard that's in the room, versus if I jump on carpet, it won't make any sound, it'll deaden the sound. And there's all those little details in an old fucking game from the 90s that this doesn't even scratch close to that level of competency, because it wants to, it gives you some of that, and then you go through the environment and you go, well, all the triggers that you have are so blatant, and yeah, you might accidentally step on one because they're just so randomly placed sometimes that you're just like, okay, well, you haven't really thought about the placement of this, you've just littered them on the floor, like there's 3 or 4 right in front of me. Okay, I just won't stand on it, I'll just walk around. Or you have like, you're in one of the treasure rooms and there's just laser beams that you have to avoid so you don't wake up the turret that's in the corner. But again, you get caught by the laser, you get shot by the turret that maybe zaps a little bit of health. You move back a bit, everything resets, and then you can use the grapple, which, yeah, okay, you've got tools that allow you to kind of grapple onto corners and like get to areas without having to necessarily duck and weave and dodge through any of that kind of stuff. So I'm like, you're giving me tools that just remove any of the challenge, and the tool is cool. I get also that you make it challenging because once you use the grapple, you have to crank it, and it's like this 5 or 10 second, like, I'm watching him crank up the fucking grapple again to get it ready for the next shot. So it's not this instant boom, 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 where you can just grapple from location to location. It's, you use it in very specific locations if you need to get somewhere very quickly, and then prepare it for whatever the next encounter might be that you need it again. It's just average. And yeah, for $6, it's something that might be fun with a secondary person, but I just don't see the point in its current state. And it's very rough at the moment, where I'm like, maybe there's the bones of something, maybe they will add more, maybe there'll be a bit more story added, but right now I'm just not feeling any of the personality that older games that have done this much better have provided, which is sad.
Yeah, shit.
Mm.
What
So,
an interesting experience.
yeah.
I thought it would have. I mean, I haven't seen much of it online, and that's really interesting. I hope they get more polish to it.
I hope
And
they do too, but
because the change from PvEVP
mm,
was a fucking interesting take to now go, oh no, actually, we had more fun playing it as just co-op.
yeah. And I can see that, but I can also see how, unfortunately, the size of the space has made it so that it feels like, yeah, okay, I can see why you would have had other players running around in here, because otherwise it's just empty. The best way I can describe it, it feels lifeless. Like, I don't feel like there's life. When I played Thief 1, when I played Dishonored, I feel like there's life in the city. There are people they're talking, they're discussing. All the patrols, they're literally just like guards that just walk aimlessly with fucking red eyes or yellow eyes. And then you've got like these purple fucking camera things, this like a purple light that just shines in a very specific direction. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't make anything interesting. Most of the turrets are off, which is bizarre for me. There are like these laser lights which are designed to turn some of the turrets on. So I'm like, okay, cool. Avoid the laser beam. They're really easy. Just go underneath it. Nice and simple. And maybe a lot of that stuff improves with the difficulty. The problem I have is that I can't access that difficulty now because I need to unlock it. And there's a lot of these features that you have to play through the game in order to then like use your resources, your money that you've earned, which I got so much and I can't buy anything because I haven't continued the game yet. And so I'm now having to wait. I would have to play through the game and do most of the missions in order to unlock most of the content so that I can buy, hey, let's have the harder difficulty, let's have this and let's have that modifier, as opposed to just give me that shit. Like, if I'm finding this to be a bore and it's easy and I don't feel like there's that pushback, what's the point? I feel like this is dead. This is pointless. And that's what I mean. Like, the world feels lifeless and it feels uninteresting. It's like, yeah, this is cool. It feels all right to play, but also I'm bored. And that says a lot about a stealth game where it's supposed to be, it's supposed to feel tense. Like, am I going to get caught? Am I, like, I'm in this corner, I've got a guard that's walking around, and most of the time I'm just like, I don't feel tense. I feel safe. I can just put myself in a really interesting corner. If I've got a jar, awesome. I'll just throw it in the corner, watch the guard walk in the opposite direction, go behind him. Done. Problem solved. As long as I don't have to come back into the room and deal with him again, no issues. So, yeah. Bit of a disappointment.
Okay.
So, the other game I've been playing, which I finally picked up, I fucking hated that it took so long to come out. But I'm only in the early stretches. I've essentially done the demo's worth of the game, but Mina the Hollower is out. I'm playing through that, like replaying it. What was cool is when I loaded up the game, it gave me the option to load up the save file from my demo so that I could just continue after the demo. And I'm like, you know what? No. I want to start again. I want to kind of get a sense of some of these bosses that I had done. And I want to see whether maybe I've missed something with some of the mechanics. So I redid the whole game. I went through that whole intro really fucking quickly. And then I got to the bosses, and surprisingly, they felt somehow easier. So I reckon they've taken some notes and they've adjusted them and nerfed them a little, because specifically the very first mini boss that you face before you get to the town, I remember he was just a pain in the ass. He would like bum rush you, he'd like run across the screen, and now he's just like, he does basic attacks. I'm like, oh, this is much easier for me to dodge him and get underneath him and do what I need to. This is great. And it was the same with the second boss, where I'm like, I remember you being a lot more aggressive with a lot more health. So that was, I just fucking cakewalked both of them. And I got to explore the town a little today, so I've kind of been fucking around in the hub area that you spend a bit of time using your resources to buy various upgrades and weapons and whatnot. And there's stuff in the guild, and I'll put it this way: there's a lot in this game that has like these little secrets that you can find and uncover in order to either strengthen your character or just give you more resources. And yeah, it's really fun. So far, I'm having a blast.
That's cool.
It's really cool. The art style is awesome. The storytelling is interesting. It's really all about these. She's created the generator and something's gone wrong, which she knows about, but you need to go and kind of turn these generators across the island back on in order to get the town like running. It's like generating power for the actual town and the city itself. And I would say there's obviously something shady happening with the main mayor, but maybe because he's a lion and we don't trust lions, especially when the main character is a mouse. Something to that. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Plus, the last part of the generator is in his manor, which I'm like, yeah, cool. Last boss battle, maybe. But we'll see. Way too early to say. Like I said, I'll probably spend some time playing it this week, kind of before and after work type of deal. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yep.
Obviously, the last big game that I've started and I've been playing is 007 First Light.
Woo!
I'm really enamored with this game. It's not perfect. I think there are things that IO can definitely improve on should they choose to make a sequel. There's something about the shooting that doesn't feel as okay. I'll say this. Naughty Dog has spoiled me, without a shadow of a doubt, when it comes to the feeling of shooting mechanics in this style of adventure game. I don't know what it is, and I know not a lot of people like Uncharted shooting, but there's something about the feeling of shooting and feeling of getting a headshot or taking down an enemy that feels impactful in most of their games, whether it's Last of Us, whether it's Uncharted, and even just a lot of the mechanics around moving through the world. Now, that said, 007 does a lot as far as its movement system that even though I was complaining on stream that, yeah, every time I'm doing platforming, it's constantly telling me, hey, here's the prompt. Every time there's a jump ability or here's something you can climb, we're going to throw out the prompt. And I go, fuck me, you don't have to keep telling me this. I get what you're doing. You're also holding my hand way too much. Maybe that's on purpose. Maybe that's just the unfortunate reality of some of these games with the level of detail that people just can't distinguish the main path or what is climbable. So some of those little things annoy me, but I kind of just go, okay, that's forgivable. Like I said, the shooting stuff just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel as tight as I'd like it to be, but it works. It works a lot better and has a little bit more punch than what the Hitman games typically have. What really shines in this game is melee combat. I will say by far this is the best melee combat system I have ever encountered. This, even though it doesn't have the finesse of an Uncharted game, it gives you far more flexibility and control of your enemies on the field, and there are so many fun ways that you can fuck with them environmentally. So there was a boss battle that I did against these two brothers. Brothers or enemies, but like they were both like, they looked like twins. Both blonde kind of characters. And you're in like a museum, like a locked up museum section where they've got all these artifacts in glass cabinets and they've got like library books and whatnot. And you've essentially got the combat system where it almost feels like a Souls game where you've got your dodge, you've got your counter, or like it's a counter block essentially. So if you dodge at the right time, if an enemy goes to punch you or kick you or do whatever, or tries to like run at you, you can just move and weave out the way. And it's like a simple little dodge, nothing complex, it's very forgiving. The block is really cool, and again, it's only used for standard attacks, which they will usually mark at the enemy when they do standard attacks. If they're doing like a red attack, that's where you kind of want to move out the way. But then you've got fun things where you can do like standard combat, like combos to the enemy and just punch the shit out of them. Or you can like tackle them. So you can actually like run into them and like knock them off balance and knock them into things. You can even grab them, and then if they're close enough to something, you can grab them and like fling them into, like, again, being in this library with glass cabinets, into these glass cabinets, and you watch the characters actually react, and he will like slam him into there, and you just watch the glass break, or you watch him like be flung into the library books. Now this can also happen to you. I've had enemies pick me, grab me, and then fling me into a bookcase, and I go, wow, like everything's reacting in this real natural organic way. So you actually feel like you're in a proper fist fight in that sense. And then this extends to like being able to, if there's stuff in the environment like a bottle, if there's a fucking tape gun or staples or anything that's around, you can just pick it up and like use it as a weapon that you just fling at them or knock their heads out. And then a lot of the times that'll stun them, which gives you the ability to do like a special kind of finisher on them. So it'll come up with a prompt with 2 buttons. You press the 2 buttons, you knock them out. So it's this really fun back and forth. And then on top of that, if you get guys that come in with guns, you can then fuck with them as well, because you can knock them out, grab their weapon as it's kind of flung into the... So like if you've got a guy that's got a pistol, you can run into him, pick up the gun that's like either fallen onto the ground, or you can kind of catch it and then shoot him with it. Or you can fling the gun back at him. You can, if there's a guy across the table that may have a weapon, you can like jump over the actual table and then knock him out. You've got things with the weapons where you can shoot a guy in the kneecap, and that opens him up for an attack. Or you can shoot him in the shoulder, or you can even disarm him by shooting him in the hand. So there's all these little things that you can do that just make it more engaging as a third-person action game from a story perspective, and it really makes you feel like Bond in those set pieces. Yeah, and then of course you get your general kind of like duck and cover shooting, and where you like be behind things. You can shoot explosive barrels. You've got other tools and gadgets which I haven't gotten far enough into the game to unlock, but there is a lot more available from that perspective. And then you get the other side of the game that functions more like Hitman, where you'll have these spaces that you kind of go through, and you're walking through, you're trying to uncover information, you're hearing and listening to conversations, you're like sneaking into specific areas, trying to be unnoticed. You might grab something so that you look like a chauffeur, or you might, start a fire so you draw the attention of a guard or something in order to walk through in a very specific area without being seen. And the game gives you these extra little tools that work in conversation. So if you walk into an area that happens to have people there that you're not supposed to be there, and they're questioning you, you can get aggressive with them, or you've got they give you 3 opportunities to bluff. And so he'll pretend like, oh yeah, I'm just here to investigate so-and-so, and I just need to check whether the piping is working okay. Oh, okay. And then you can go off on your merry way. And you'll usually have this per each kind of level, per se. And I think you can accumulate as well. And then you've got your gadget stuff, where you use the gadgets as another means on top of the bluff system or the character interaction system, where You can either, and again, they limit how many gadgets you bring in, so I'm assuming there's a few more, but you can use like a dart gun that you can shoot at the guards, or you can shoot at enemies to kind of knock them out or make them like, all dazed and confused, which allow you to like bypass them, or you can choose to throw something that's going to shoot like a smoke grenade so that you can go past unseen and everyone's like coughing their lungs out. So there's all these fun tools that you have at your disposal at any point in time, as well as things in the environment that you can take advantage of in order to get through scenarios and situations. And again, because I'm still early on in the game, there's far more to come. I'm still in the early parts of the game, so a lot of the first 3 hours, and this is what was strange, was very much tutorialized. So there was a lot of stuff that the game was just teaching and showing and expanding on before I eventually got to a mission where the game's like, okay, now we're kind of going to let you figure this out for yourself. We're still going to guide you to some degree, but we're going to open this up so you've got a little bit more flexibility. And that first mission is really what showcases the different arcs of the game and the different aspects of it, which is, yeah, really comes together well. You do have, like, again, your party sequences, your exploration, your detective intel and espionage gathering, and then you will have your chase sequence, and then you'll have like an action set piece, and they might intersperse that, I would say. At least they did, even in the tutorial sections where they're like, here's some action set piece, here's some like walking around and just gathering intel. Like, they actually have you spend a lot of time in the science lab, and they change it up through the first 3 hours where you can actually go around to each of the different stations and interact with the characters and talk to them and see what they're working on. And there's like, little references to some of the older movies and whatnot. There's things that you can interact with to fuck with them, which is really cool. So there's a lot of love and detail put into this game in ways that I just go, I'm amazed. You didn't have to, but you did. And it's really impressive. And you did it for a really, in my opinion, an affordable price compared to most of these other games that are coming out at like 110, 120. And this was 99 Australian dollars. And I went, this is great. This is such a great value game. And it's a licensed IP. How the fuck did you make a game that you're selling for, in my opinion, a far more affordable price at a AAA standard, and you're delivering this level of quality? Again, not perfect. The driving sequence, the chase sequence, honestly, the driving stuff is kind of mediocre. It's like some of the stuff you probably played on the 360 or the PlayStation 3 back in the day. It's fine, it's passable, but it's nothing, like I said, to the quality of what even Naughty Dog has delivered. Which is why I say I'm spoiled in that sense, and I get it, I acknowledge that. I don't expect this team to get to that level, but it's impressive to see how far they have come and how much they try. And even they showed the demo when they first previewed the game, where you're in the airplane and you're controlling the plane while you're shooting at all the guards. When you play it, you're like, okay, it's rough, but I love the fact that you're playing with this, and I love the fact that you've got physics involved, and I get to maneuver and control the pitch of the plane while I'm watching the enemies get flung to the left or flung to the right, and I'm just like knocking them out, shooting them with the pistol, or shooting with them with the shotgun, or just beating the shit out of them while there's like crates and cargo just moving like left and right, knocking these guys out. So it's really fun. There's a lot that they're doing with it. Again, I'm very early on. I will say, from a story perspective, it has kind of revealed its cards as far as where it's going to lead. And that, unfortunately, I did look up one of the last trophies and went, yep, cool, I knew it was going to lead there. And you kind of revealed your ending way too early, in my opinion, but that's fine. That's how you wanted to deliver it. That's how you want to kind of showcase it. Overall, I'm having a great time with it. Story-wise, I'm actually impressed. I'm really impressed by how they're treating this Bond. He's very much like, you can tell, yes, they're doing the young Bond and he's the kind of the inexperienced type of character, but he's already
Mhm.
got the charisma, the want, and the it's not, I'm not going to say class now yet per se, but the charisma and the confidence that comes with this type of character. And
Yeah.
it's confidence where, yeah, he gets into trouble a lot because he's breaking rules and doing things that he just feels on an impulse. And it's cool to explore that from a younger, more immature type of character who's still got the maturity to do what needs to be done and gets the job done really well, but he's just, rough around the edges compared to the way the Brits kind of would like him to operate. There's very much a overly modern feel to it, and I think I appreciate that from one aspect, but I do also miss some of the more classic feel to Bond. And I will say it would be nice if they had done it in the kind of 50s or 60s era, but they're obviously doing a modern interpretation of this character. That's what they're exploring. Awesome. No issues there. And overall, I think the way they are treating this IP is just phenomenal so far. So well done to IO. I think them going from an assassination game into something of this caliber with a bit more platforming and a bit more adventure and action set piece settings is really
Yeah.
impressive. So, no, they've done a great job.
I was excited for this game when I heard that it was IO developing, just because of what they've done with Hitman. Hitman always felt like a early stepping stone for what a James Bond game could be.
Yeah.
That espionage, going in, infiltrating, playing with a playground of, I get that Hitman is a very different type of character, but the stuff that you can do, especially with the latest version of Hitman, where you have a playground, how do you want to achieve your end result?
Yeah.
And it always felt like, oh, James Bond could really benefit from this style of game. And when I saw that trailer, when they first did the getting into the party, then getting into the car, then getting to the airfield, I was like, this is taking me back to Nightfire. I think it was 007 Nightfire on the PlayStation 2. And I was like, you know what? You're bringing in aspects of what you do best with something that feels very nostalgic to the old Bond games.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited to play it because when I watched you, I was like, oh, I could just buy it right now. I could just do it.
Yeah.
I won't, but I could.
And it goes further, right? Because then you've got, and I think it's like a good thing and a bad thing. You do have, so the game has an online component to it. It tells you from the very beginning that, hey, you want to log online because we've got this online component. It has no bearing on the single player whatsoever from what I'm aware of. Maybe there's like some system there that tracks your progress, so you can, when you replay levels, it probably gives you the ability to go through levels and compare your results with other people. But I think the main component for the multiplayer is actually the VR missions. So they have another mode in there which is separate from the base game, which is just, hey, we've given you these different challenges and we're going to give you things that you can do in that expand the game. And it's almost like the stuff that they've done with like the Arkham games where, you've got things that are around just dealing with enemies within a map. And so if you run, you can walk around and you can stealth through most of the area. And then if you alert them, then it's like, all right, now it's all guns blazing. And now you just have to survive and see how many you can kill before the timer kind of runs out or before you get killed. That was hard, and I still haven't fucking done that mission. But they've got things in there where it'll be like, okay, go through this map and knock off like 4 or 5 of these little objectives with all the enemies are in the field, and it'll be like shoot two guys' arms out of their hands, knock down
so
2 enemies,
Hitman style, like the
correct,
missions,
the little
comparing them.
Yeah, and the little challenges that you're like having to do a level and try and knock stuff off. And then they've got some other mode which I didn't even get a try, but I think that was a little bit more from the tactical espionage, maybe. I gotta have a look into that one and see how that operates. But there's a lot there. There's a decent amount of content. There's a nice variety, and as well as on top of the kind of base game, which I think is really well produced. Very well produced. And when you're talking about like Hitman doing it, yeah, I completely agree. There's a party sequence that your characters are in, and they're just having a good time before they get told, okay, you're on a mission, you have to go find your targets.
Nightclub.
Yeah, and I'm like, wow, like you're walking around and you feel like you're in a nightclub. And then I'm having a brawl with this.
Yeah. When I was watching you play that and you were on the dance floor, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, they've really encapsulated what young adults party. Like, this felt so good. And they have done that so well with Hitman, where it feels like a very lived-in sandbox. And obviously, this is much more condensed for what they're trying to do.
Correct. But it's enough to make you feel like, okay, is it a party sequence? We're going to make it feel like a party sequence. Is it a hotel? We're going to make it feel like a hotel. Is it just a barracks? Yep, cool. We're just going to make it feel like a barracks and have a bunch of enemies or a bunch of like generals and whatnot running around. And so every set piece that you go through feels congruent to what you're exploring. So, yeah, really well done. Really happy with it. I find it funny, and this is why I bring up the price point. Because when I look at PlayStation and Saros, and the fact that they're complaining that Saros is not selling that well, and I go, well, what do you expect for a game that is a roguelite that is a little bit obtuse in its sci-fi and its horror and its weird story kind of aesthetic and storytelling, and you're then selling it for like $120 or $110 versus a well-known IP that is a third-person standard shooter. They can play with a really good story and from what I can tell, a really decent campaign with some other extra modes for a like substantially cheaper price.
Yeah.
I kind of know what most people are going to go off and buy. And I'm sorry,
to be fair, we haven't had a Naughty Dog game in a while on the level of Uncharted.
And this is the other thing. This is what I find so funny. Because I know that even though this game it's taken them, 4 or 5 years to develop, in retrospect, it doesn't feel that long compared to Naughty Dog, who's still working on fucking Intergalactic. And from what I've heard, there's been some accounts that it might still be another year or 2 away. That is a serious fucking concern for your studio. I know that you have a quality of standard to uphold, but honestly, it shouldn't take this long to make a game, even of a decent caliber. And IO proves that. Because all it is just make the systems that you need so that they already have a system in place for their crowds. They have a tech system that works that they can just, all right, we need to populate a space. we'll, get some animation. So we'll, do some mocap, which we either use ourselves because it's fucking cheap, as long as we've got a basic mocap studio. Awesome. We'll do some basic mocap. We chuck them in to this existing system that populates the space, and off you go. You're in a party sequence. And we just dress people up according to where the location is. Nice and fucking simple. We'll worry about the polishings and everything else later. But they have a system like that that's been designed. Whereas it feels like with Naughty Dog, it's like they're having to rebuild everything from the ground up again. And I get that to a certain degree, but also it feels like you're wasting your time as a developer, in my honest opinion. Because at least IO have kind of gone, okay, we've been playing with Hitman, and you can see that they were fucking around with new systems, and they've been playing around with different things that they could do with their engine and with their systems. And Bond has been something that's been more refreshing. And someone at one of the podcasts I was listening to today made a really good comparison where they're like, this game feels like Hitman Absolution, where there are areas and sections that are far more linear and far more structured, and then areas that open up. And I went, that's it. This team has done this style of game before. They've made a very cookie cutter linear experience. I don't know if you ever played Absolution. Fine game,
very
but
briefly.
it wasn't what people wanted for a Hitman game, and especially with the previous iterations that they had that had a lot more of the, we're giving you a hub, we tell you what the objective is, here's one target or here's two targets, here's a drop-off point for a weapon that you can choose to use, or you've got other alternatives, go find which one. And they were, like, those older games typically only gave you like 2 or 3 options. So it was very limited. And then they did Absolution, which was, okay, we're going to make it more like an action game, because of course they had the licenses with the movies coming out. So they made it more of this action game with this really intense story. And though it was kind of cool from a story perspective, it lacked all the game mechanics, which is why they went back to their original system and fleshed it out. And look at where they are now, where those games have so many systems and things that you can do and interact with. It's just, all right, well, as developers, we just add more things for you to play with. And it makes it far more engaging. And it's relatively simple on their part. And they get to experiment and play with things. And I think that's fucking dope. And yet Naughty Dog is still fucking there trying to make their next big title, while they've been releasing these remasters and remakes of their older games. I don't understand this. Even Tomb Raider, I'm like, how did this team shit out their game in such a quick time frame, and yet we still haven't got the new Tomb Raider? Like, I don't know what the new Tomb Raider game is, but it feels like it's been way too long.
Legacy of Atlantis or Catalyst?
No, I'm thinking Catalyst. Because Atlantis, I know that that's going to be a smaller project. It's a smaller studio working on it.
Yep. I think that, and it will be touched upon later as well, but I think there is something to be said about the development of games.
Yeah.
That just doesn't seem to warrant the amount of time it takes for that game to be developed.
It's
and for
weird.
The amount it costs.
Yeah, so like I can justify GTA because the level of tech and the level of arts, like the amount of craft.
Artmanship?
Yeah, if that's the right word. Like the amount of craft that goes into a Rockstar game is incredible. It's undeniable, but even they recognize the strengths of what that has worked in the past, and they iterate on an existing system, and they just add more or add new nuances to the world on top of what they've already got as the base fundamentals. And that's worked for them flawlessly. It's worked for them really well. I guess this new game will be a question of, have they maybe gone too far? But if they sell fucking gangbusters and everyone loves it and it turns out to be a massive hit, probably not. They can probably justify then spending even more or spending even more time on the next game, whatever that may be, and whenever that may be. But I think most studios don't have that caliber and have that capability and have the structure within the team and the funds in order to go, we're going to take our time and we're going to deliver this high quality, high impact game. And I think this is the issue that even some of the stuff that Microsoft have been releasing, what was that fucking fantasy game that they released? Avowed, where they priced that at a full fucking retail price. And I go, this ain't it, man. It's cool, but I don't think people are going to spend a full price. You're pricing your game at a premium, high budget game. And maybe that's how much you spent, but what you're delivering here is not that. Because there are developers who are selling their games for a lot less and have a hell of a lot more to offer. And I think customers are realizing that. They're recognizing that. And this is why a lot of these indie studios are doing much better. And because they don't have the reliance on investors telling them what to do and what not to do, for the most part, they probably do. But they've got a lot more freedom and flexibility because they can service the customer directly, as opposed to, well, we're trying to service every single individual person across the globe because we want to get it to the biggest audience. And then they end up outpricing themselves because they think, well, we need to spend all this money and then hire these famous people, as well as, spend exorbitant amounts of money on God knows what kind of graphical tech and advancements and all sorts of fucking crazy shit. Mocap, motion. But they lose the game. And I think this is one thing that at least I can appreciate with IO. This is a game. I'm playing a fucking game. I'm getting to experience what it's like to be this character and fuck around with the systems. I don't feel like I'm playing a movie that's locking me into very specific move sets and decision making. I just get to play it. And there's no bullshit in between.
A few interesting things to talk about tonight.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's quite a few things. Let's start with Fable being delayed.
Gotta love GTA 6.
Yeah, I mean, apparently there was already speculations on this, that it was probably, they were tossing and turning on whether to delay it or not. They've just finally went, all right, we're biting the bullet, we'll release in February. Nice and easy. Yep. And GTA is just like the juggernaut, just coming through like a massive giant. He's just plonked his ass down. He's like, I'm going to sit here. Nobody can stop me. Which, honestly, I don't blame them. It's honestly probably a good thing. Because I'd hate to have too many fucking open world games to be worrying about in that time frame. And especially so close to GTA, which is already going to be a big game on its own.
Correct. I don't think Fable has enough traction to compete with such a big game.
No,
even though Fable has a upper hand for its launch because you're getting it on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, whereas GTA 6 is only coming out on consoles. So I get it. But it's, I think, a smart move. And I hope that the game can have that extra time for polish.
Yeah.
And maybe, hopefully, give them enough time to say, hey, we can then release the game on Switch too.
That'd be nice. That would definitely help with the sales side of things.
Poor Jake.
Oh,
Just gonna
man.
be a corpse next week.
Oh, it's just. I mean, you. I hadn't coughed for this majority of us playing, and now it's like flares back up, and this is what I mean by it just comes and goes, and it's really irritating because I don't know what to do. I'm drinking tea. I've cut back on a lot of my dairy type drinking and eating. I'm taking these fucking pseudo ephragen pills just to see if they work better than like standard cold and flu. Taking strepsils, you name it. I'm eating garlic left, right, and center, and nothing just seems to be clearing out whatever is just sitting in my fucking lungs. And sometimes it gets so bad that I'm almost gagging because the coughs are so like, yeah, it's not fun. And it brings on a headache, so it's just this whole cacophony of joyfulness. Anywho, yeah, no, I think Microsoft's made the right decision. Well, Playground has made the right decision. Here's a question though, because obviously there was the news from Asha that there's big changes coming within Xbox. Was this one of them, or is there other things that she's kind of got planned for that whole console? Because I'm wondering whether when she's talking about her hard decisions, whether that's a case of, are they going to be closing down studios? Are they going to be looking at removing some of their studios or IPs and selling them off? Is she going to be going through and firing a bunch of people?
I think there'll be an aspect of that. But my understanding from her announcement is they're going back to exclusivity. And there was some controversy about it because they said, well, she said that games that have been announced for multi-platform will still remain to be announced as such. But there will be future games that will just be exclusive on the console. So I'm wondering what we're going to see next week is like maybe another trailer for Fable with the new release date, just as something to appease the consumers. But I think we're going to start seeing potentially a price increase in the Xbox, some changes to the online system. Maybe Game Pass will have a bit of a change, incorporating Copilot, which I hope they don't, but it is.
They got to play with it. They have spent a lot of money on it, so they're going to try and find a way. I thought that they were getting rid of that, though, because she said herself that she had removed all the Copilot shit.
Well, if the next console is running on a Windows 11, I don't think she would have much of a choice on that side of things with an operating system that runs so heavily on all this bullshit.
Yeah, but if it depends on how it's set up, because it might have a lot of those features turned off. Specifically,
maybe
it's kind of the way if you look at Windows versus Windows S mode, where S ends up cutting back on certain features because it knows that it's being tailor-made for weaker systems. And so they might just have internal programmers that have separated the code in some way where, okay, we figured out exactly just what we need from a gaming standpoint without any of the bullshit, without any of the fluff. We'll work on the proper Xbox storefront so now it runs correctly on PC, because then it needs to be an extension. If it is a console, it needs to be an extension for the people that are buying our games on the console. Which will probably confuse matters, considering a bunch of games you won't be able to just install and play on a standard PC. Unless they somehow manage to make PC SKUs that are emulated in some form or fashion. Which is possible, but doubtful.
Well, Xbox is in a very particular place. I mean, their rebranding of Xbox was revolutionary. From capital X, lowercase box to now all capitalized.
It's
fine.
Just so fucking
if
stupid.
If that's the direction you want to go, fine.
Someone pointed this out, that the fact that that is what people are celebrating, this company has fallen so far. That is a concern. Like, out of all the things to be celebrating, a font, not the type of games, not the experiences, not the breadth of games that are available, that are exclusive, or whatever it may be. Because I will agree, the exclusivity side needs to happen. I just hope it's not at the cost of the PC players, and that they stick to, no. You want to play our games, you can either play it on PC, because it's still a Microsoft product, typically, or you can play it on our console. Nice and simple. The problem that I think a lot of these companies are eventually going to hit, and this is what we were referring to earlier, where the budgets of some of these titles are significantly going to take a hit. Because when you're making a game that is for every possible system, and you can get more hands and more eyes on it, suddenly you can justify spending a good amount of capital on the product. Versus, oh, we're only selling it on the one system. You're not going to make as much back. Unless you know there's a lot of player base on that system to begin with. And I know this is what PlayStation's banking on. And they do have a decent amount of people on there. But they also need to be mindful that, okay, are you making exclusives that are potentially at a loss, knowing that you can get sales in other games because you've got now the customers on the system? Or are you still trying to make some sort of a profit so you can, move the money along to the next product? That'll be their interesting approach. And my assumption is they're a company that wants to make profit, so they want... otherwise they wouldn't have invested the amount of billions of dollars into their live service games that they had. Which a lot of it has failed and bit them in the ass. We'll see if they continue down the live service side or whether they go back to, trying to get these secondary deals for these, smaller exclusives on the PlayStation. But yeah, if Xbox chooses to do it as well, power to them. I just don't know whether they're going to have the same market share power in order to justify having exclusives.
I think they've lost a lot of their IPs over the years. Look at where Halo is. nowhere near what it used to be.
Yeah, I know.
And that was a console seller.
Yeah.
Gears of War, where the fuck has that game been? Fable would potentially be, well, Fable's in an interesting spot because it already is coming out on every console. Coming out on the Sony, coming out on the Xbox, it's coming out on PC. I'm being optimistic that there will be a Switch 2 version. I'd love to play that on the go. But I know Bethesda has said that their games will remain as multi-platform, but they might not be. I think something will change, and Microsoft will say, unfortunately, Elder Scrolls 6 has to be on the Xbox only.
Yeah.
With the caveat of the PC integration, that they do want to create this hybrid relationship between the PC as well as the Xbox.
I do,
Fine.
and it's one of those things. I do wonder whether someone like Todd will step in and say, no. Because my question is, are they going to turn around and say, all right, well, the next Elder Scrolls 6 is Xbox exclusive for at least 12 months. We will release a PC version after that. Yeah. And go from there. And maybe never ever kind of announce anything in relation to PlayStation by that point. But that might be a winning formula for them where they go, well, we understand the strength of this IP, so if we can at least leverage it on a console and leverage FOMO, maybe we can get enough people to buy the system just for this one game. Because I know it's not GTA levels, but it's fucking close.
It is. And it is something that would sell consoles, but it might not be enough to fork out what I'm hypothetically guessing would be close to $1,000 console for a game that's going to cost $120.
Yeah. You know what I found funny recently? You know how we've had all the price increases for a lot of these systems, consoles and whatnot, handhelds? So Kay was looking at, because Big W's got their toy sale coming up, or is currently active. And I'm looking at all, like, the Switch is down by like 60, the Switch 2 is down by like $69. Bunch of the games are cheaper. I could technically buy Bond for $89 as opposed to $99 the way I paid for it like a week ago. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I wonder whether these companies knew that we were heading into the financial year, like the end of financial year, and that there might be like this mid toy sale type deal where they went, you know what? Let's increase the price of our systems now so that when we do a discount, it sounds like it's a great thing for the consumer, but for us, it's like, yep, that's what the price was like a month ago. Dodgy as fuck.
They get those sales in.
Yep.
They make more money. I'm just looking. I'm going through the catalog now.
They don't have the PlayStation stuff in there yet. Apparently that goes live on the 6th. So I would say something after their little showcase. Or no, well, I would say they would do their PlayStation. What do they do? Days of Play is what they usually call it. So
Okay, so Xbox Series X with Forza Horizon 6 is $719, saving $130.
yep,
Not
it's not
bad, because you're getting a very good game with a
Yep.
console.
Yep.
And of course, they don't give you the price for the Sony console. No real discount on the Sony systems. So you've got the disc
nothing
console.
yet. Nothing yet.
Well, I think they're going the Apple route where they won't decrease the price unless it is from Sony themselves and it's going to be a 10% discount. Something
It'll be small.
that tiny.
Yeah. Without a shadow of a doubt.
For PlayStation 5 Pro, it's $1,400.
This is why.
A lot of fucking money for a pro version of a console.
Yeah. Can I just say, I am glad that my base... So, I know that James Bond would look so much better on my PC, but I'm glad that the game actually looks pretty decent and runs really well on...
Oh, dude, it looks stunning.
On my base console. Look, I can notice... because I'm looking at the detail. There are things that I notice where I'm like, yeah, there's some, like the weird checkerboard rendering that they use that is designed to, you know, make it look like it's high res, but you can see that there's like this not very sharp look to certain things. But overall, it looks really schmick on a base system, and I can't ask for more, because it's funny how so many of these companies now look at something like the Pro and go, well, we're just going to design it for the Pro, fuck the base system. And I go, well, fuck you, because I am your standard customer. You're not going to have the same amount of people buying a fucking Pro. I can guarantee that. Because they can't, it's just out of that comfort price range. Though, to be fair, the Steam Deck for an extra $200 is sold out again, which is like, all right. People have money to spend. And I gotta admit...
It was only North America, though.
Yeah, but still, even if you're looking at the Australian side, all of that stock is... The stock's gone. It's moved up in price as well. So the 1 terabyte is now $1,400.
And I know, but looking at the Switch and what Nintendo is doing, I get it. It's not a console for everyone. You're not going to get every single game on there.
No, but it's such a better price.
You've got to be patient. It's
affordable.
Nintendo did not back down. Yes, they did increase the price by $50.
Because they don't have a choice when the cost of the tech is so expensive. But at least, like, right now, and it's on a 50%, $50 off, because, of course, you know, sales are happening. $650 at JB. $650 for basically a console that you can play majority of a lot of the new games.
650. 630.
I've got 650 on JB.
Oh, JB. Big W has it for $629.
Because they'd be putting it as their toy sale.
Yeah.
So yes, yeah.
Which
is great.
At that point, if you've had a Switch 1, you can just migrate those games to run better on a decent console price jump.
Yeah.
I think that's a very attractive move And I would see that as more of a console seller.
Yep.
I'm seeing a lot of things that Sony is doing, and I can't help but think and reflect that this is such an Apple move by making your console such a premium product and such a luxury. It doesn't feel. I know that everything's going more expensive. Who knows what will happen when China comes into the market with their chips and everything to help alleviate pricing. But Sony's not going to lower their price. I can assure you that.
Yeah.
Once these prices are going up, that's it. They're up.
See, it sucks because I know you can technically get a Steam Deck for about $649. You can buy the basic LCD 256 standard model. But then if you want an OLED, you're looking at $1,200 minimum for the 512, or you're looking at $1,429 for the 1 terabyte. And I will say, as far as what the tech, in regards to the tech that's available in the Steam Deck, I don't think it really competes with what Nintendo's capable of outputting, considering they've got the Nvidia stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
So in some regards, I feel like just by default, Nintendo has the upper hand on the handhelds. And this is what's going to be interesting with the next generation of PlayStation. Because from what I've heard, they're going to be selling their handheld for a fucking premium price.
Sony's doing handheld?
Yeah.
Oh, good luck to them.
Yeah, and this is the problem. They're going to sell their handheld at a premium along with their console, and they're going to sit there and go, but you can play all PlayStation 6 games on the handheld or the high-end system. Okay, that's great. Customers who just want to play are still going to look for the lowest common denominator. Unless you are a hardcore gamer who needs to have the best of the best, or you can afford all of them.
A certain someone I know. I'm joking.
No, look, joking. No, but I get it. I know how much I spent on my system, but I also use my PC and know that I'm not going to be upgrading for at least however many years. This is the one thing that I've always loved about PC and will love to the day I die. Because unlike PlayStation, where they will turn around and say, oh, well, unfortunately, you're going to need the new system in order to play all of these new games. This is like the thing that I see now with the Switch 1 to the Switch 2. There is a handful of games that I could not buy for Kate, such as Indiana Jones, because it's only available on the Switch 2. Fair enough. That's how you've designed the system. You know, the old stuff can't, the new stuff can't run on the old stuff. I get it. So I spend a lot of money on a PC because at least I know the developers are going to account for as much as they can the lowest common denominator. And then there's that the full breadth of adjustability for the game. So I can get 7, 10, 15 years provided I look after the machine and it doesn't cark itself. Plus, I also knew that I was buying into pretty advanced tech, and also know that it's not going to substantially jump in the next generation. Not in the way it has over the last 2 or 3. If anything, there's probably going to be more AI architecture inside the new chips going forward. But I reckon that that'll then take developers a long time. So I am in no rush to upgrade. And the real question will, and this will be the fun factor, how many people will be rushing to go spend an exorbitant amount of money just to get that newest tech? Because I doubt everyone's going to be able to afford it, let alone give a shit. I think they forget that people are playing games for entertainment.
Yeah.
Not for flashy, oh my god, look, I can look at every single individual grain of hair on his chest.
But unfortunately, there are people out there that do cave in and spend that money.
Yep.
There's no escaping that, and that's fine. Because when you look at the bigger picture, the gaming community isn't as big as the population of the world. There's over 8 billion people on this planet. About what? I'm going to guesstimate maybe close to 500 million would have a console. Fraction of that is to Sony consoles. Fraction of that is for Nintendo consoles. A fraction of that is for your Xbox. But a PC, nearly every household has one because a PC is multi-use.
It's versatile.
People work on
It
PCs.
is far more versatile.
People are video editing, photo editing. People are using it for meetings. It is everything.
Yep. Absolutely.
But when you get to the gaming side of things, we as consumers are competing with developers who have rigs that are incredibly built, and that's why we're getting games these days that are at just such phenomenal levels of detail. And I'm the type of person who says they don't need to be. You can utilize the tech, but why are you pushing it so far ahead than what it needs to be?
You know,
When
I do... Go on.
I was just going to say, when you look at games like Crimson Desert, incredible. The feat that they've accomplished with something like that. But you don't need it to be that big. You don't need it. My rig can run things at a decent level. It's not going to be at the highest quality because I don't give a shit. As you said, I'm not looking at every follicle of hair in a character and going, wow, this looks so good. I don't give a shit. we were fortunate enough to play games where it was only 12 polygon for a character.
Yep.
I would not care. I think there's more... When you restrict yourself in a game and find ways to make something look really flashy without needing to have... What's a good example? Fuck it. Dragon Quest 3. I keep wanting to say Dragon Age. Fucking hell. Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D. The game looks phenomenal. it's not that demanding of a game. When you've got I should actually open up my Steam library. Oh my fucking god. Words are difficult. But when you have these teams working on games and finding a way to have a game look good because the game does the work and accomplishes what they are trying to portray. That's the kind of shit I want to see in game. I don't want to see, when Joel picks up a gun, his jacket is going to glisten in the light and the creases of the leather jacket is accurate to what you see in real life. I could not give a shit, mate. Sony, fuck off with that shit. Give me a game, and I will always say this. Sony's level of video games has decreased so much.
Yeah.
For me, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was the closest we got to a fucking video game. Astrobot, I'll never be able to play it because I'm not going to get a fucking Sony, but that was a video game. I don't want a movie experience. If I want a movie experience, then I will watch a movie.
You know, I was thinking.
That's what else I did too.
I was thinking about the fact I was listening to Colin Moriarty talking about Infamous, Last Light, and Second Son, and I started thinking about the Infamous games and about where Sucker Punch kind of came from, where they went from Sly to Infamous and then to Ghost. And I look at Ghost and its platforming mechanics, and I go, why this? I remember like Ghosts of Yote being so stiff in climbing. And then I do think back to what they accomplished with all the Infamous games, and I go, this is such a stark difference. What the fuck happened? I was able to climb the whole building. And now, no, like, because that's a different developer. Let's look at it fairly. This developer...
But it's the same. Because you went from Crash Bandicoot to Jak and Daxter to then Uncharted to now just repeating the same game.
Yep.
Where you had all this verticality, that's now stripped away in The Last of Us.
Yeah, but The Last of Us does something completely different, and I look at the second game as being such a great evolution of the cat and mouse type of gameplay. They did improve on things from 1 going into 2, which I thoroughly loved. The fact that you can actually use the clickers against the enemies and they do it the way it's intended. I mean, sure, there's so many other mechanics that could be worked on that could have been added, but they simplify certain things in order to add other better systems in other ways. And I think the sense of probably not so much the exploration because it is simple, but it's unique. Not so much unique. There's enough enticing you to go off and explore while still feeling like you're on the main path. And I know that's a hard thing that they are trying to balance because they are trying to give you that cinematic experience or the movie experience, as you call it. And I get it. It does remove some of that gaminess, but I still feel like at least with The Last of Us, it feels like a game, and it feels like a good game. And that's not to discredit Yote and its gameplay, but I just find it funny that with Yote, a studio that made Last Light, which was their last Infamous game, had you platforming and climbing up all sorts of buildings in a much better fashion. Yes, you're a superhero. I understand that. But at least you had more freedom and flexibility in climbing versus, oh, we're going to make this really stringent and really tight. Like, what the fuck? What happened to making it fun? You're making an open world. Let me fucking climb this cliff edge.
It has such a weird evolution in gaming. And I think it is a huge factor as to why I don't play Sony exclusives anymore. And I focus more on multi-platform games.
Look,
because that's where I'm getting that experience.
Yeah. I will agree with you that Sony's first parties have taken a back seat from a gameplay standpoint versus the story aspect. And I think this is what Saros was supposed to solve, because it's very much more gameplay focused. They just unfortunately shot the bed when they came out and everyone was complaining about, oh, it's really easy. Okay, but it's also very obtuse world building, and it's not technically a sequel to the great, renowned Returnal. So why are people spending a full price for a game that's, just a prettier roguelite?
Yep.
And I think this is the massive value proposition that these big companies need to stop and think about when they're investing so much money into. And like, honestly, I'll be honest, I don't look at the team who made Returnal and go, oh yeah, you definitely spent the same amount of money that Naughty Dog has spent over the last 5 or 6 years, or the same amount of money that I reckon Sucker Punch spent on Ghost of Yotei. I don't think you spent anywhere near that amount. You spent a suitable amount, maybe in the, 50 million, 100 million. But there is no way your game costs as much as like a Santa Monica game, like a God of War.
Yep.
I'm just gonna die slowly. No,
very slowly.
No, my God. Sorry if I'm like assaulting your ears. No, I don't see it. And when you're charging full price like that, I go, bullshit. That's you're overvaluing your game. It is not worth that much. It did not cost you that much to make. Stop selling your games and all of your games as if they're super premium, because they're not. Certain titles are. I'm happy to pay full price for Spider-Man. I will probably happily pay full price for X-Men. But not for a fucking, a perfectly B grade, B rated fucking third person shoot 'em up. When all I need to do is open up Steam and find a whole bunch of them on sale. Yeah.
If they went the Nintendo route, how Sony could have gone down the Nintendo route was you pay a little less for the console, so it's more affordable, so it can get into people's houses.
Yeah.
Charge a premium for the games. Fine.
Yeah, but you know what? At least I will give Nintendo credit. Maybe they were overshooting a bit with the recent Mario Kart. I get that some people liked it, but I don't necessarily agree that it was worth the full value. I don't think that the open world suddenly added so much more value and texture to Mario Kart. However, for the most part, they are at least playing with their pricing structure and going, We'll release this game as a premium. We'll release this game slightly lower. We'll release this one as a premium. We'll release this one at a discount. They're pricing it according to what they know the fan base is happy to pay. They don't underprice themselves, but they play within the spectrum. And it just feels like Sony just feels like it can exclude itself from that equation. And if they theoretically have Wolverine coming out later this year, and they're, pricing it as a fully priced game at $110, $120, what does that say for consumers compared to GTA? Are there enough fanboys that'll, pick that up as well as GTA? There probably will be. But I still think GTA is going to outsell the fuck out of that. Even if it is a Marvel character that people associate and love and know and adore.
With how little we've seen of Wolverine, and I'm sure that's going to change in the next coming weeks, it's going to be a niche game because you're playing as a very straightforward brawler. You're not swinging through New York and doing cool fucking acrobatic moves.
I'll put it simply, right? If Wolverine was as successful as Spider-Man, then we would have gotten more than just the 2 games that ever released where you played as Wolverine exclusively. And yet we got so many games that were made by Activision that were Spider-Man, where Activision was just pumping it out. And by definition, dropping the quality because they just wanted it yearly, because they knew they were making so much money because people fucking loved that character. Versus Wolverine, who got 1 game, was okay, didn't do too badly, and then got another game linked into a really bad movie, unfortunate, X-Men Origins, but was still a good game. Didn't sell that well, though. Even though it's a Marvel character, it's an X-Men character. Yet Spider-Man, oh, mate, just keep chucking that character. Keep delivering. Oh, make another Spider-Man game. Make one where he's like various Spider-Mans from different universes. Done. We'll give you some money. Make it in a year and a half. Like, I think... Insomniac, isn't it? Yeah. I think Insomniac is probably overestimating the potential that Wolverine is going to make for them. I think it'll do all right. I don't think it'll do Spider-Man numbers. And if it does, I hope to be proven wrong.
I hope so too. I don't particularly want games to fail because then it locks us out of more potential. But that's not to say that I think some games aren't to the level that they advertise to be.
Yeah.
Wolverine looks very flashy. The trailer that we got when they first announced it. Oh, yep. Awesome. You've got your CGI FMVs. Awesome. You got that down pat. Great. But when you're self-competing, not only with one of the biggest IPs to exist, being Spider-Man, Wolverine is he's a fan favorite, absolutely. We also have EA releasing Captain America and Black Panther as another game. I'm assuming
Man,
next year
what
because
the
we haven't heard
fuck?
anything from that.
There has to be something shown at this fucking Game Awards for that. Because Amy has been working on that fucking project for God knows how long. All we've seen is some fucking bullshit tech demo of look at all the rendering and how we can do these live in rendering kind of techniques so we can edit and tweak and do all this fun stuff while we're setting up the scene and the acting and everything else. I'm like, that's great, guys. Wonderful work showing us a pipeline. How does that affect how we actually play the game? Like, again, it goes back to you're so focused on making it feel like it's a movie and less focused on just deliver us a fucking fun game to play. Like, how hard is it to make a character that goes around bashing people with a shield that you can throw at enemies? How hard is it to play as a fucking cat that runs around and scratches the shit out of his enemies? These developers, these producers, these execs, they have so many great IPs and they just piss them away.
Yeah.
Shall we move on to another piece of news?
Yes. Everyone, get ready to reinstall The Witcher 3.
Hey! Oh my god, it's like you ripped it out of my brain. Yes! Witcher 3 DLC. And apparently it's an actual expansion. What's it called again?
Yes. Songs of Past?
Yes, Songs of the Past. A tie-in to The Witcher 4. Because The Witcher 4 is still very, very far away. Are
so
you
this
excited?
is an expansion that is coming out next year.
Yeah. I mean, you haven't played it, so you... Just like I convinced you to play Mass Effect, I have convinced you to go back and get the fuck out of White Orchard and actually play the game and experience the grand fantasy.
So I won't be playing The Witcher 3 until that expansion comes out. So then
That's probably
I
a
can
good
then
call.
get the full experience as intended. It doesn't make sense for me to play it on either PC or Switch right now.
Mm-hmm.
If they are planning to do what I'm calling an epilogue
Yep.
to Geralt, because we know that The Witcher 4 is series adventure.
Mm-hmm.
So I would rather just wait. I am looking forward to it, and I've had just this. I know it's hard to do considering size and space and whatnot, but if you've got an existing game, instead of needing to make it into a sequel, add to it. Increase the longevity of a game. And I love that they are doing this to The Witcher 3 and not making it into 3.5. They're going, no, we're just going to add in a whole expansion. Because Blood and Wine was an expansion, and no, not Wild Hunt.
Hearts of Stone.
Hearts of Stone.
Yeah, Hearts of Stone.
They're not DLC, they're expansions. And I'm really happy that they've decided to say, you know what, to tie in the weight and the story, so then you know what you're getting yourself into when you pick up 4. Awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do, because I've heard you speak about the expansions for 3 when you were telling me to play it.
Yeah.
And if it's anything like what you've said, I'm sure this 3rd expansion will just be an awesome venture. I've seen some weird theories that I can't make any sense of because I have no real context of what the fuck people are talking about. But now, Geralt is holding 3 swords. Why? He only carries 2. And it's like, oh, well, I didn't know that. Cool. What is going to happen in this? I'm looking forward to it. But what are your thoughts?
Okay, so the first thing I'll say off the bat, do not play this. If you intend to play this expansion, do not play the Switch version of the game, because they have already confirmed that this specific expansion is not coming out on the Switch version.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's one little caveat. So if you're going to play it, all the other consoles, I would say maybe they might release another version of the game for the Switch 2. That's also a possibility. I don't know what CD Projekt wants to do. But I would say all the other regular consoles, if they release the expansion on those systems or a PC, is your best friend for that. Mm-hmm. The other thing to keep in mind is I don't think this expansion is actually being made directly by CD Projekt Red. From what I've heard, I don't know if it's true. I need to look into it. But I think it's being developed by the guys that made Thaumaturge, so another Polish studio.
Oh.
So the real question for me, though, yes, Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine are great expansions. They were, in fact, actually made by CD Projekt Red. The question will be, will this new expansion, though I'm sure story-wise is being overlooked by CD Projekt, is it going to be of the caliber that we expected or that we have had with previous expansions? Who's to say? We don't know. The thing that I'm always going to be concerned when they're adding content like this on top of a game that already has added content is balancing the characters and then balancing the enemies, because by the time you go through Blood and Wine and... Well, I mean, by the time you've even just done the base game, you've leveled up your character to a point where really all you can do is, have a few new tools and some new weapons, like another rank or a new... what's the word I'm looking for? Like the next level of weaponry that might do more damage, or the next level of armor that you can potentially build. Because the game is still limited in what skills you can equip at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you've got skill points that you're dedicating to the character to make him stronger. There's nothing there that's necessarily growing your character further. I remember they did add an extra system in Blood and Wine just to add some level of gameplay mechanics that does enhance Geralt a bit more. But it's a much of a muchness. So what's this new expansion going to have that'll kind of make it feel like, okay, this feels like the next, like we're pushing the character further a bit more? Or are we exploring a completely different character that we're playing as? I don't fucking know. It depends on what the story is, depends on what gameplay mechanics they add or enhance or change or tweak. We won't know. I'm excited. I'm excited in the fact that because I finally played all the expansions and I now have a save file that has a character that's basically done and has retired. It means for me, it's quite easy to just jump straight into this expansion and go, yep, play it, experience it, move on, wait for Witcher 4. But I'm still very skeptical of it.
That's fair. I imagine that there would be a team within CD Projekt Red that would be helping this development team make this expansion.
Yeah, You would hope so. Considering there's, they're already working on Witcher 4, they're working on a remake of Witcher 1, developing or like early development stages for the next Cyberpunk game. They've got a lot on their plate right now. So this might be just something that's being worked on tangentially. They might have a few of their heads just helping with the, like I said, the story elements, maybe some basic design, and the rest is being given to this other studio to, here you go, you run it, you know what to do. We'll just keep track of your progress and kind of see where it's at, and we'll give you feedback and get you to work on tweaks as needed. But time will tell.
Yeah.
Time will certainly tell how it all pans out. I think it is exciting for people who want to get back into that universe, though, that they now have something to kind of keep them going for a little bit longer before the next game's big release, which I reckon is still many, many years away at this stage.
Well, how long has The Witcher 4 been in development?
Couldn't tell you. Let's have a look. Witcher 4 development time. Witcher 4, internally codenamed Project Polaris, has been in development for several years, but is still several years from completion. A lengthy pre-production phase that began in early 2022, the game officially transitioned into full production in late 2024. And its release date is expected no earlier than late 2027 or 2028. So
if we're going with that theory, this expansion comes out next year. They're probably banking on people either replaying the whole series from 1 to 3 or replaying 3 in its entirety, which is quite lengthy. That could bring enough hype for what's to come. And if it's 2028,
yep,
I think that is a nice complimentary 12 months or so, or 9 to 12 months for you to have the expansion, play 3, and then have, hey, just letting you know, 4's coming out next year, 2028. Q2. Awesome. I think that's feasible.
So let's have a look. CD Projekt Red is co-developing the expansion with Fool's Theory. All right, Fool's Theory. I just want to make sure that this is, yep, whatever. No, I don't need you. Yeah, Thaumaturge. All right, cool. So, I've got a theory.
Some kid is dreaming?
Some kid
You've got a theory that some kid is dreaming and we're all stuck inside his wacky Broadway nightmare?
Oh, God. That Buffy thing will never leave my
It's
mind.
such a good episode.
It really is a good episode. No, so my theory is they announce the release of the expansion for this year. They show a trailer for the remake of 1 and maybe like a HD re-release of 2, which comes out the following year. And then that should lead into the release of 4. Now, that might be stretching it, but considering I think Witcher 1's been in development for quite some time, and a lot of the fundamental storytelling's there. It's just redesigning the game.
Yep.
So
it's a good theory.
Food for thought. Could be way off.
Why wouldn't The Witcher 2 get a nice remaster? I guess it could, because it is a fairly older game.
You know, all that game needs is to be slightly modern. So I would do the same thing that they did with Mass Effect. It doesn't need much. It just needs to be like high res, brought to modern systems, because of course, and just readjust the controls so that it works with a controller better. Because it only ever released on PC and on Xbox 360.
Yep.
And I would say they would be able to go in and just readjust the controls so, hey, we can actually make this run a lot smoother, have it work on PlayStation as well as PC. That way, at least the audience who hasn't experienced these original stories have access to that. Yay, everybody wins. And then we have it all lead up to, hey, now you can go play the original in the best possible looking version of it. Play 2, which continues the character's journey and, you know, some of the arcs that started from 1. And then you can go through 3 with the new expansion that's out. Yay, everyone's had a good time. You're all caught up. Wonderful. Here's 4. Too many games.
Really is.
Too many games. Yeah. Not much else I need to say about The Witcher.
No. Crazy that it's just a new expansion. Crazy.
Yep. I appreciate it. It's unnecessary, but I appreciate it. So, no complaints there. Subnautica 2 has won the battle.
Crafton.
And is going to get their bonus from their studio. Ha 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 ha.
Winning.
Yeah.
It's nice for, and I use this term fairly lightly, but the little guys to win a fight against the big guy. And it's such a massive fuck you to the whole situation that Crafton's CEO has to rely on ChatGPT to do his job.
I'm surprised that he hasn't been fired in that role.
Oh.
That's what's shocking.
I hope that there is some sort of consequence for this guy for just how ignorant and naive he is to this.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
And to get out of wanting to pay the staff, get rid of your team leader of Unknown Worlds, and an embarrassing court case for him. It feels good, and I'm glad that I did purchase the game to help support that, because the team have done such a great job incorporating so much of what the first game does into this. And I hope it's a lesson for publishers to know not to fuck with your development studios.
Or to make promises that you can't keep.
Yeah.
Like, from a financial standpoint. You know, I do wonder, though, how many customers bought the game just as a fuck you to Crafton, where they went, look, I don't typically buy early access games, but for this, I want you to get your bonus.
Wonder.
I'm always curious about the psychology that people employ when they hear about a corporation like that not playing ball, and they go, oh yeah, well, we can help the developers in this way. Suck it. Yeah. It's a thought.
And you know what's really crazy? That 59,349 people are playing the game. Early access.
Yeah, that's really
not even a
good.
complete game.
Yep.
That is incredible. And I cannot wait until we play it. Because I've said this before. Subnautica 1 does really good at making you feel really isolated.
Yeah.
But my God, would it have been so much more fun playing it with you? And now we can.
Yeah.
And this is what the game needed. A sequel that incorporates both the intensity in an altruistic way. I'm excited for its later updates, but I'm so glad that it's successful. I'm always cautious about early access games, and I've said this till the cows come home, but it's a risk. It's a huge risk to purchase an early access game. But what? These games as of late in early access, killing it.
Yeah.
Killing it.
Nah, they really are outshining themselves, and they are adding stuff that you wouldn't always see a game kind of come out. Like, there are some of those Euro jank games, like your fucking Gothic 1, 2, and 3, or like the older Gothic games, or I forgot there was another series that they made that ended up, I think, flopping the studio. But if they had released some of those games into early access, they could have worked out a lot of the kinks that they might have had with their systems, and they would have gotten the feedback required from their fans in order to make a far more polished, palatable game. I mean, another one that's coming out, what is it called? It's like a Souls-like, but you go around with a backpack and you explore spaces that if you need to go in, you typically take the backpack off and then you will like walk in and fight whatever you need to, or find the resources you need and collect it back on the backpack, and you continue adventuring. But that's getting a sequel. That's getting like assistance from early access, from what I'm aware of. I can't even think of the name of the game.
Oh, is that not Moonlighter?
Is it out? No, not Moonlighter. Outward.
Oh, Outward.
Yeah. Currently in beta. But yeah, that's like another game that's just been getting feedback and tidbits from the community.
It's another... Holy shit, yeah. It's another nice thing to see a nice change in transparency from the development team to us consumers, and seeing Crimson Desert each week get updates. Like, they just released update 1.09. And yeah, here's a few extra things. We've given you more pets and little tweaks. You can now customize your characters a bit more, and just a bit more. And it's just so nice to see. The team at Unknown Worlds, same thing. It's just refreshing. It's so healthy. Oh, I love it. And I love that Crafton is just in the shits now. I love it. It fills me with joy, and it's such a small win in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in a world where we are being run by such a capitalistic way of life. And just having this, yeah, we won. Fuck you.
The small man doesn't always get a lot of wins, but when it happens, it's always nice that we get to be there and celebrate with them.
Yeah.
To the corporation.
It's good.
So, yeah, it's great.
Really good.
Justice has been served.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, has it. Let's see, what else did you have on your note?
The only other thing that I had, let me just have a quick look here, because my phone just closed. Rayman Legends Retold to be announced by June 2nd. Why? I don't fucking know. Oh yeah, that's right, because Ubisoft's probably out of money. And they need something to keep fans going till they inevitably make one of their games be brought back again, because money.
It's funny that Ubisoft released the first Rayman game as a collection, because there was about 4 or 5 different versions of the first game.
Try about 10 or 15 from the last YouTube video that I watched.
In that collection? Jesus Christ.
The collection's probably only got 4 or 5. But if you go back through that specific Rayman, how many different iterations and versions exist, it's fucking ludicrous. I'm talking there's like 15 to 20 versions, just on account that they kept there was a point where they kept re-releasing the game, but they kept adding all this extra community DLC and developer DLC that added maps and whatnot and missions, generic missions. But then you get all the various versions that existed for every single handheld, every single console, every single system, where they had to tweak, whether cutscenes were in one or not, whether they had to redesign the gameplay so that it would work on a specific handheld, whether they redesigned the art for a specific handheld because of the tech that was available, whether certain levels played in a specific way. So there are versions of the game that are harder on some systems and then easier on other systems. It's insane.
Gosh.
I'll see if I can find you the video. It's fascinating to watch, and you get to the end and you're like, wow, I had no idea there was such a substantial difference. And there was never one until the very end when they released, I think it was Rayman Gold, which is the most concrete version of that game.
Jesus. I didn't realize. That's insanity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
I just can't think of any reason not to re-release Rayman 2 or Rayman 3.
There we go.
I get that
ports.
Legends. Jesus. Because Rayman 2 was very successful. Rayman 3 probably wasn't. I get that Rayman Legends was a very good game because they tried this awesome rhythm level, and it was fun. I enjoyed the Wii U version. But why go from Rayman 1 and then skip right to Rayman Legends being re-released and not release Prince of Persia remastered?
Oh, don't.
Something that would have
don't.
made them money?
Something must have gone terribly wrong with that development that it was just never going to work. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But it pains me. It pains me. You know what? What really gets me is the fact that all I would like is for someone, because those games are old. There's no ifs or buts about it. All I could ever ask is just, if you can't figure out how to make the game design better, just go through and just touch up the graphics, modernize them, bring them to modern day. Just do what they fucking did with Spyro and give us 1, 2, and 3 as a complete package with prettier graphics, and we can have the whole story on one disc.
Yep.
They did it with Spyro. They did it with Crash. They can do it with the Prince of Persia series. Nope, they wanted to do one whole game and rebuild it from the ground up, mechanically and all. And I'm like, why? Did anyone ask you to do that? No, they just wanted what they played. And yes, I agree, the original game is fucking rough. It doesn't have anywhere near the combat finesse that the newer ones have. But it was of a different era and a different time, and I don't think they're that bad of a game. They just need a facelift. That's all. But anyway.
Ubisoft is in such a rough state, and we've mentioned this when they announced Black Flag Resynced. If that game can be remade from the ground up, they can do it. Prince of Persia can be done. And you're probably right. Something must have fucking happened in the back end as to why it stopped.
Yeah. Who the fuck knows, man? Who the fuck knows?
See, I think Prince of Persia, and I'm probably speaking more personally than I am thinking about the grand scheme of things, but I think Prince of Persia would benefit from a re-release and grabbing the attention of not only the older generation of gamers, but the younger generation.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Black Flag was very successful, and it was a very good pirate game. But I just don't see any benefit from that being re-released over Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
Because Assassin's Creed itself is such a fatiguing IP now.
What's its relevance? And I think that's the big question that Ubisoft is then asking themselves is, with some of their IPs, how much relevance do they actually have, honestly? And this is what's scary, man. Because they are in a position where, unfortunately, if they don't keep up or if they don't release something that's going to resonate with most people, they're at a risk where people will just be indifferent to their IPs and it'll just be like, yeah, I remember when it was fun back then, but there's so many other more interesting stories and worlds to explore, and nothing you offer is actually got anything that's worth delving into. Yeah. And that's bad for the whole studio. Like, very bad. But we'll see. Maybe they're all their like restructurings of their studios and the development of some of the stuff that they're working on may bring to light a positive turn for them. I am curious about how their sales are going to go for Black Flag in general, because I do wonder whether a lot of people are just not going to want to spend the money on it. Even though I think it looks good. But, yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Why Rayman Legends? Why not 2?
I was
a bit of a
wondering that.
polish.
I was wondering why they didn't do like a remaster of 2 and 3. But Legends is the one that everyone remembers fondly and was the bring back the original era and the successful era of Ubisoft. The quirky Ubisoft.
I guess. But we are getting Ukulele 2.
Wait, really? Oh, that's news to me.
Yeah.
Huh.
Playtonic is teasing new ukulele game reveal.
Ooh.
So we'll be probably seeing something in the coming weeks for that.
That's exciting. I didn't actually know about that. That's cool. I haven't played their remaster that they like their retold or whatever they fucking call it. Their redesign of the original game. Yeah, fucking horrible name.
Yeah. I want to play that, but I've got the original on the Switch.
Don't. I didn't even finish it. I got close to the end, and there are just some mechanics I'm like, this is... If this is supposed to be like a Crash Bandicoot... Not Crash Bandicoot, what am I talking about? Fucking Banjo-Kazooie, like old school platformer. Sometimes it nails it, and other times it's just like, this just falls flat. Like, you didn't really think about the level design or the world building or yeah, it's just disappointment. I wanted to enjoy it.
I stopped playing the first one. It's more so I want to play the remake of it.
Yeah.
It is $44 on the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
And the lowest it's been is $35 on a 20% discount. I'm not touching that game until there is a substantially cheaper price, considering I've got the first one. And I'm in no rush. I've had a library of games that I keep adding more to that I just don't see any real need to go, I feel like playing a Banjo-Kazooie-like game. I'll just chuck on Spyro.
Yeah. And that, you know, it's sad, right? I was explaining this to my mate at work. I can't tell you what the fucking story of Spyro is. It's a dragon going off and rescuing his mates and rescuing eggs or whatever the fucking MacGuffin is and defeat the bad guy. That's it. While you eventually piss off my
You don't know the
like,
story of Spyro?
It's not like it's so deeply entrenched where you're sitting there going, oh, the philosophy of the dragons. It's like, fuck off. No.
It's
good versus evil.
That's what I like about Spyro, especially when you play the first one on the PlayStation 1. It's, oh, nasty knock has frozen all the dragons. Go save them all.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, cool. So I'm in a dragon world, and this orc has decided to freeze all the dragons because he's evil. Then you play the second one, and it delves a little bit deeper with, oh shit, what's his name?
But now we have a kangaroo, and now we've got the fucking penguin, and that's the third game. But like,
I'm pretty sure they're in the second, because you could play as.
it's technically not until the third game that you start playing as the other characters.
The tiger's in the second one. The
Yes.
kangaroo's in the second
Yeah,
one.
the tiger's in the second one because she is stealing eggs for her, like the croc queen or whatever the fucking the bad guy is in the second game.
No, Hunter. That's his name. Hunter. He's there to teach you how to double jump and glide when you
And skateboard.
Oh my god. I remember spending hours just skateboarding around.
Yep.
Speaking of skateboarding, there was one game from my childhood. Like, I had Tony Hawk, but Disney's skateboarding was the shit.
I don't think I ever played Disney skateboarding.
That game was incredible. You just chose different Disney or Pixar characters or a custom character. And the music was grade A. It was awesome. I miss that era of sports games.
Things were so simpler back then. And we've come so far with gaming that unfortunately the need to have a game, and it's, you know what? I almost blame Grand Theft Auto in some aspect for this. Because you think about the advent of open world games. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they would implement a lot of these different mini games. So, you know, what's the point of going and playing pool, like just a dedicated pool game, when you can just play pool in GTA? Or you can play tennis in GTA, or you can play any number of mini games. Same in Yakuza, same in so many of these other open world games. And granted, I get that if you're a professional or you like the finesse, you're going to go off. It's like, what's it called? GT, Gran Turismo. If you really like cars, you're going to buy a dedicated racing simulator. If you really like to play pool, you're going to buy a actual pool table type game. If you really like tennis, you're going to buy one of the EA type tennis games. Because you want the best version of that simulation that you can possibly get. But I do find, like, I mean, we've talked about this with racing games where it feels like they're just open worlds. But what else do you do other than just race? And it feels boring by comparison. Like, it's fun. You get a few hours of entertainment. You race around, or you drive around in the paddocks, and you're like, well, now what? But their mind is so used to being entertained by the fact that, well, if this was GTA, I could now get out of the car and do something completely different. And so even though something like Forza Horizon is a much better racer than what GTA could ever make, we're still now conditioned that, well, GTA offers all this extra stuff. So why would I bother unless I really, really like racing cars?
Yeah. It's such a blip in games today. Like, I look at my wish list on the Switch, and there's a racing game on there that I want to get called Victory Heat Rally, which is similar to the old school games where it's a 2D car that has several sprites and the track is coming at you. I forget what that game is called. But it's made. When was it made? 2024. Oh, wow. It was published by Platonic. Huh. And it's just. What I can say is short tracks, do a race, you're done. I look at Star Wars pod racing. You do a short race.
Yeah.
And that's it. You can put it down.
I am really concerned for that game. I
No.
want that Star Wars racing game to do really well. But I am concerned that again, it's going to be that niche group that loves Star Wars and oh, I really love the racing aspect from like the pod racing game. But is it going to be enough for how much they might have spent on the game itself? Who's to say?
Yeah.
And then, is it going to be enough for the producers or not the producers, the studio, the publisher? That's the word I'm looking for. Is it going to be enough for the publisher in recouping enough profits where they go, was that really worth the investment? I mean, yeah, we made a bit of profit, but nah, we'll find something else to work on instead. And so a game like that doesn't get a second chance to reiterate and make something better. That's the unfortunate reality.
It's tough.
Yep.
Because I think having, excuse me, having a game that on such an interesting aspect in the Star Wars universe, so refreshing. I love when there's these spin-off games set in an IP that I really appreciate, and you want them to succeed. But you're right, there is something about that game that just doesn't feel like it's going to hit.
I just don't feel like it's going to resonate with enough people to justify, spending however much it's going to cost just to play a couple of races and be like, yeah, it's all right. Looks pretty, but eh. And this is where, man, there's one IP that I wish they'd bring back or a studio would actually try and make a sequel out of. Not a remake, but a sequel. Split Second.
Ooh.
I think it was such a cool idea, and I think you can expand on it in so many fun, interesting ways. And if you think about some of the racing games that we have now that do all the Mario Kart stuff, and then you go, okay, well, let's have destructible environments and things that will change the course in different and fun and unique ways as a way of giving you powers as opposed to let's give you fucking turtle shells and this and that. That game was fun. That game was just blatantly fun. And yeah, it wasn't the same level of depth that you probably get in the Mario Kart, but I would still say that it offered something unique and different as a racer that didn't just feel like, how good is your racing? Because you could at least feel like you could maybe get the catch on someone unexpectedly. Just by timing.
Yeah, that would be a good IP to bring back.
Yeah.
In today's market for racing games. Fuck yeah.
Such an underrated game. Fuck, I loved Split Fiction. Split Second, not Split Fiction. And made by Disney Interactive at the time. I think it was like one of their last games. Anyway. Anything else you want to add?
Oh, very, very light information, but we're now in a really weird spot with games, live service games. How can I put this? Do you want to play Overwatch? Just play Fortnite, because all your favorite Overwatch characters are in Fortnite now. It's just weird that we've entered this level of
epic
gaming marketing where you now, like, Fortnite is literally what what are they called? I hate them, and I have some. What are they called? The pop.
Pop vinyls.
Pop vinyls. That's what I feel like Fortnite has become with all these characters. And it's like, make sure you collect them all. Oh,
Yeah.
do you like Dragon Ball? Well, make sure you get Goku. Oh, and if you pay extra, you can have him as Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan.
And people fucking pay for it. This is the thing. They fucking continue to pay for it. This is how Epic has continued to make so much fucking money.
The last thing I purchased playing Fortnite. God, I sound so obsessed. The Scarlet Witch outfit.
Case in point. Case in point. I haven't bought a single thing, so nope. Not gonna happen.
You're lucky. And I thought it was the game that I was gonna play. I really thought I could see myself going, yeah, I could play Fortnite. But then it just got so... I didn't play it enough that all these try-hard sweaty cunts were like, I'm gonna build a fucking tower and I'm gonna fucking snipe you and I'm gonna make sure that all my chat and stream can fucking praise me.
But Street Rat, you didn't know how to, play the meta. I'm sorry, man. You needed to play the meta. You needed to build a bigger tower than they built so that you could snipe their fucking cock from a mile away.
Sure.
And you'd be like, kaboom, these nuts. You failed. No, look.
Got him!
Yeah, I don't care for those. But so many of the younger generation do. And that's fine. That's what they get into. That's what was accessible and has been accessible to them for so long. It's what they know. It's easy to jump in and play with other mates. What I found hilarious, though, is the fact that the new Unreal Engine was released
Unreal Engine 6.
Through a fucking trailer of, what was it, the
Rocket League.
And I'm like, are you serious? This is how you're going to announce your fucking new engine? in this fucking piece of shit of a game. Like, sure, I get it. There's a massive
Oh,
fan base. I was amazed by the
okay.
stadium that they had, and yeah, it's a good game. Not disputing it, but really, that's how you're choosing to showcase your new engine.
It would have made more sense to have Unreal Engine 6 be a Fortnite reveal to showcase what, because Fortnite was essentially their tech demo for the engine when it started on the 4, just like how Unreal Tournament was the tech demo for the engine for those games.
Man, what happened to Unreal
Fortnite,
Tournament? Do you remember that? Do
and
you remember how they used to
yeah,
make really fun games? And they used to actually make
yes.
story content type games. Like Unreal was a story based single player game. And look at it now.
I wonder if there's still access to Unreal Tournament. Surely there is, right? Surely.
Maybe. I would say you'd be like doing some sort of share, like pirateware, or finding an old copy and trying to, tweak it to get it to run on modern systems. God damn. That'd be a rough game to go back to.
It makes more sense to have Fortnite be that tech demo reveal for your new engine, because they did it with 4, they did it with 5. They showcased, oh, look, with Unreal Engine 5, Fortnite will now play like this. And hence why we're getting all these awesome little mechanics in Fortnite.
Yeah.
Rocket League is... I'm not disputing anything regarding Rocket League because I've played a fuck ton of that game. And I just... doesn't make sense. Announce that the game will be updated to Unreal Engine 6 after you've announced it through Fortnite.
It is what it is. That's how they want to showcase it. And look, I'm sure we're coming into that game season in the next week or two. Yep. We're probably gonna see more of that stuff coming out. They're probably gonna have a press conference. They're gonna show off all the new tech and what they can do, and maybe the improvements to rendering or memory cache or asset something. It's just, yeah.
There's a theory that I've just thought of. How many developers will go, yeah, so we're now going from our engine to Unreal Engine 6. So we're just going to delay the game a bit just so that we can get everything in.
Yep.
Because it's happened before.
Yeah, and it will continue to happen. And look, there's probably going to be a handful like that, depending on how early they are or how easy it is to switch across. I would say that they're trying to make it easier and easier for developers on that end, so it might just be a stock standard update. Here's the new pipelines, here's the new systems, things have just been improved with the new architecture. You just continue as you normally would.
Yep.
By the way, here's a bunch of new features if you're interested. Here's all the documentation that's required so that you know what to do. Nice and simple. You know what it is, though? What I've picked up, like, I understand that as far as most developers, Unreal, Godot, and what's the other one that fucking Mouse PI actually uses? I didn't know this. What is that other engine? The one that you hated.
Unity?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you know Mouse PI is on Unity?
I hate Unity.
Yep, and yet developers still continue to use it. So it's not as bad as you like to complain about it. I know you had your bad experiences with it. But
Yeah.
for me, it just goes to show, as good as Unreal is capable of being, it's not the be all end all. And there is still a place for developers to make their own engines and make their own unique systems where they have control in the game the way they want it to, very directly. So, yeah. And No Rest for the Wicked is a perfect example of that. Because that was built from the ground up with the systems in mind for the kind of game that they want to make. And that was that. And there's plenty of, really good coders that just go, you know what? I could use Unreal. I could use Godot. I could use the other guy because my brain's not working at the moment. But I might as well just make my own, and then I have full control of every aspect of it. I do admit, if you're then dealing with a large quantity of developers, your generic ones are probably going to be the best for that, because it's easier to train and streamline the education process and all right, I need you to get in here. Everyone's used Unreal. Awesome, nice and simple. We just need you to build assets, or we just need you to build levels or geometry or whatever it may be. Here's the pipeline. Here's all the systems and the settings. You know what you need. Go, do it.
Unreal is one of those engines that tried to compete with Unity for being such a, I guess, open source, so to speak, so that it was very approachable to use.
Yep.
And you're right, it is to make it easier to develop a game.
Yep.
But I do see certain games that have been announced have an announcement to say, oh, well, we're actually going to upgrade to Unreal Engine 6. Because I'm sure Tim has made deals with studios to work on the engine to help promote it. Shadow of the Tomb Raider being an example. And that also had the NVIDIA marketing behind it as well. So I'm sure there's going to be games that utilize this new engine to showcase what capabilities they are. It's fine. You're right. It's just so weird how it was announced.
Yeah.
Speaking of announcements, though, Dragon Quest 12.
Yes. We'll make this the last one.
Yeah.
I don't really have much to say. It does look pretty, though. I've never been the biggest Dragon Quest fan, but what I saw of the world that you could explore and kind of play through, fuck, it looks stunning.
Yes. I have a bit of a mixed feeling towards it, and I think it's just out of respect for the passing of Toriyama. and one of the other directors on the game.
Newer is always better, though, so you just have to accept that.
The game had a different title when it was first announced, and it seemed like it was going in a darker direction.
Okay.
And now it feels like it's going in a direction that is more respectful for the passing and calling it Beyond Dreams. I know when the character was announced in the trailer, people had their issues with, oh, but he looks so weird. I kind of love the look. And I hope that they can incorporate some of the darker tones or what they originally had into this telling of the game and not leave it for the 13th game, if they make a 13th.
Yeah.
I am curious about the exploration of the world. I hope it's not open world and that it is still like 11 where you've got open areas to explore with doorways to go into the next hub. I am looking forward to it because I think I'm turning into a Dragon Quest fan.
Yeah.
11 was such a fun game. It just makes I don't know, there's something about how the 3D aspect of a 2D game was just translated so fucking well on the 11th entry. And again, I haven't played the previous ones. 11's my only game that I've completed, and I'm starting the third one. So 12, I hope, brings in a lot more modern mechanics. Seeing the character jump for me is a huge thing because it means there's going to be some sort of platforming involved. I hope that the mounts that we can get will be well translated in the areas that we can explore. It's an interesting fucking change to have a whole game moved from one title to now a completely different angle. I'm going to keep a very close eye on it. I don't think we'll see anything this coming weeks, but I think the Tokyo Game Show will start seeing more.
Yeah, that's possible. That's very likely.
And I'm hoping, for the love of God, that we'll see something for Kingdom Hearts 4, because it's the 25th anniversary next year, and I need to see more from Square Enix. I think for the State of Play, we will see part 3 of Final Fantasy, like a little teaser, a little something just to say, hey, the game is coming. Here's a little taste. And then Tokyo Game Show is where it's all at.
Or you just need to accept the fact that Kingdom Hearts is a dead IP and nobody gives a shit.
No. Which brings me on a really quick fact. The cloud versions of the Kingdom Hearts games have vanished from the Nintendo Switch. They are no longer available to get. And so, does that mean that we're getting a proper version of the game on the Switch too? Because, you know, who's going to be buying that game again? This guy.
How many copies have you bought now?
Several on the PlayStation 2, several on the PlayStation 3.
I feel like
several
you've got
on the PlayStation 4.
every single copy that
on the
could
PC.
potentially exist.
I just love that series so much.
And I've only ever bought Prince of Persia twice.
Oh, rookie numbers.
I'm sorry, I just don't have a franchise that I'm going to spend my money multiple times like that. You're just obsessed and you love playing it on every device that you possibly can. I'm surprised you haven't gone off and done like a review of every single system.
Ooh.
And done the comparisons on why, one version's better than the other. Other than, for nostalgia's sake. To be fair, I am also aware that the current versions that are available on modern systems is the most complete. So.
Yes, because they are the final mix version of the game. So they are what Japan had exclusive for such a long time.
Fucking Japan. Always. Anyway.
They're so cool. But that's pretty much all the news I had.
Cool.
Well, No Man's Sky got an update.
Awesome. Yeah, the swarm. As I'm like slowly dying here. Look, I don't really have anything to say other than how the fuck does this team still continue to release so much free content? It's just beyond me at this stage. Yeah. Well done to them. And eventually one day we will get the new game, maybe sometime in this lifetime. If he isn't also adding a stupid amount of content for that before that comes out.
Yeah.
We may get that game and suddenly go, oh my god, it's the scale of No Man's Sky, but it's on one planet. How the fuck are we gonna spend all our time in this? Figure it out. Anyway. It's cray. Cray, cray. Cray, 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 cray. Street Rat, where can we find you and your wonderful content?
You can find me on all major platforms such as Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, Blue Sky at StreetRat_Atlas. My schedule is consistently on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesdays, I am playing single player games. I am going through the Mass Effect series. On Saturdays, co-streaming with yourself. Where can we find you?
You can find me on Wednesdays and Saturdays streaming at 7:30 Eastern Australian time. On Twitch and on YouTube at Jake_Starvik. I had a mental blank there. Currently, I'm playing James Bond 007 First Light on Wednesday night. And, of course, doing Baldur's Gate with yourself and our wonderful Worth a Damn Gaming podcast. Street Rat, it's been a pleasure, as always. Thank you so much.
This has been very fun.
Always is. And we shall catch each other next week on our corresponding... on this channel, and you can catch us on our corresponding channels. Have a wonderful, safe night, everyone. Look after yourselves, and we will see you next time. Bye.
Good night.